A very good morning to everyone. With the blessings of Honorable Founder President Sir, under the visionary and dynamic leadership of Honorable Chancellor Sir, and guided by Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am, we are hosting this workshop. Amity University Uttar Pradesh is organizing this pre-conference workshop on writing case studies in innovation and entrepreneurship under the aegis of 4th International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Leadership ICEIL 2022 to be held during 20th to 22nd day of January 2022. Light is considered as a symbol of auspiciousness, prosperity, and abundance. It dispels the darkness. Goddess Saraswati is said to possess the power of speech, wisdom, and learning. Let us begin this learning session by invoking the blessings of Goddess Saraswati. Jyoti, can we start the video? Thank you, Jyoti. On behalf of Amity University Uttar Pradesh, I welcome all the esteemed dignitaries, Professor Balwinder Shukla Ma'am, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Amity University Uttar Pradesh, Professor Sanjeev Bansal Sir, Dean Faculty of Management Studies and Director, Amity Business School, our resource persons, Professor Smita Vishwanathan Girija, Professor Marketing from Geetam Institute of Management, Geetam University, Visakhapatnam, Professor Rajat Gera Sir, Professor Marketing from Jain University, Bangalore, and Professor Jones Matthew Sir, Professor in the area of Marketing and Chairperson, Research, Rankings and Accreditations from Great Lakes Institute of Management, Gurugram. The faculty members, research scholars, students, and all the participants from academia and industry to this pre-conference workshop on writing case studies in innovation and entrepreneurship. Case studies remain a fundamental teaching tool for experiential learning methods in teaching across disciplines. A teaching case is a neatly packaged snapshot of an actual management situation with a sharp focus and an interesting story. It captures a range of perspectives and helps in blending theoretical underpinnings with practical insights. So this interactive workshop will train the participants in understanding the concepts of case-based teaching and also to prepare them for writing case studies for classroom teaching and publication, along with developing a teaching note. I once again extend a very warm welcome to everyone present here. We are privileged to have with us the presence of our program director for the workshop, Professor Dr. Sanjeev Bansal Sir, Dean Faculty of Management Studies and Director, Amity Business School, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. Sir is an admired academician with a PhD and DLit degree. Under his leadership, Amity Business School has scaled heights and has been ranked in the top 10 business schools of India in 7 successive years. In an acclaimed career span of about 33 years in teaching, research, and consultancy, Sir has been invited to be a part of several prestigious academic professional bodies and in his advisory capacity has steered them to success. Sir is an avid researcher and has 225 plus research papers in prestigious journals to his credit. He has authored 48 books which have been exceptionally well received and has successfully guided 28 research scholars to produce work of immense educational impact. Sir is on the board of many national and international journals and has been awarded Lifetime Achievement Award by GBIT and SIBF. He has also won Dr. Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan Lifetime Achievement National Award and Rashtratan National Award by IRDP. Lately, Sir has also been credited with the award of Best Outstanding Academic Leader National Award 2020 by KIER and Excellence in Academics Award by ESN in 2021. Sir specializes in the area of decision sciences and also likes to explore and research the vistas of spirituality, management, and quality of work life. He's a team leader who leads by example and is respected for his humble demeanor and visionary leadership skills. I would request Sir to please give an introduction of the workshop to our participants. Sir, please.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Geeta. I just wish I should be worthy of all the kind words which you have said about me. Good morning, Dr. Geeta, Dr. Girija, Professor Johns, all my wonderful colleagues, Dr. Vandana, Dr. Geeta, Dr. Sagina. Thank you so very much for being there. The world is going through a very difficult phase. The most affected sector is education, first to be closed and last to be opened, that too in phased manner. But as we always say, education is the key to success. Education is key to solution of all the problems of the world. This was effort of the educationists only, that like we are continuing for the last 2 years, despite of the oddest, the difficult most conditions. We are surviving and we are surviving with grace. This online pre-conference workshop is being held under the umbrella of ICEIL. This is International Conference of Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Leadership. This is the 4th version of this conference, and I remember distinctly this was last year when the 3rd conference was in progress. It was in the month of March, when it was in 2020 actually, and when we were being forced to close down all the operations offline and we had to shift to the online. But we haven't stopped. We could do that workshop, that conference also in that year. And this is the 4th version of ICEIL. As we all know, the case method is a widely used teaching method across the business schools. If I remember correctly, the memory, it goes back to 1900th century when Harvard claimed to start with the case-based methodology. For imparting management education, this is the most widely used method, and real-life case studies sharpen the analytical decision-making skills of students as they address real-life problems. This is the key to all the business schools. The pre-conference case writing workshop aims to promote the culture of case writing, publishing, and case-based teaching. As a part of the workshop, I am extremely thankful to all the colleagues, all the senior colleagues who are there today. I am thankful to Dr. Smitha Girija, a professor of marketing from Geetham University, a passionate researcher who has published cases with IB Publishing and will explain to us the importance of case-based teaching and learning. We have with us Dr. Rajat Gera, professor of marketing from Jain University, having worked with leading institutions like IMT in the past. He is a widely published researcher with Ivy League case study publications. He will take us through the steps of writing case studies. We also have with us Professor Jones Matthews from Great Lake Institution of Management. Dr. Matthews is a known corporate trainer, is on the editorial board of several journals, and is a highly published case study author in Ivy Publishing. He will teach us how to develop teaching notes. As part of the participant group, we have with us a group of faculty members, research scholars, and senior students of PG students. And we hope that this workshop will be highly beneficial to all of them by serving as a participatory ecosystem where all can benefit. I'm extremely thankful to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam, who has just joined us, who is the brain behind this conference of International Conference of Entrepreneurship, Innovation, Leadership. Thank you so very much, ma'am, for being there. And with your permission, we have just given the introduction of this conference, and we already are being joined by 2 of our guest speakers today, Dr. Smitha Girija and Dr. Rajat Gera. Thank you so very much, all of you. And I wish this, I am very sure this pre-workshop is going to be a great success for all of us. Great learning experience.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words and for encouraging us and for giving an introduction to this wonderful pre-conference workshop on case study writing. We are privileged to have the distinguished presence of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Ma'am, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, Ma'am, Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. Ma'am is MTech from IIT Kharagpur and a PhD from Queen's University, UK. She has over 3 decades of rich scholarly experience in industry, academia, research, and administration. Ma'am is the professor of entrepreneurship and leadership and has held numerous positions during her career span of more than 30 years. With a strategic mindset and creative thinking ability, she has been one of the key team members spearheading and instrumental in the exponential growth of Amity Group engaged in higher education. Ma'am is an institute architect of a unique Flexi framework that includes Flexi choice-based credit system, outcome-based education, and Education 4.0. Besides this, Ma'am has been instrumental in aligning the learning outcomes and operational outcomes with strategic plans of the university. Ma'am has been a successful vice chancellor and is an inspirational leader. She is one of the front runners in achieving various rankings and accreditations of Amity University. At the same time, she is a great researcher and academician and has authored numerous books, developed unique models, namely accelerator model for promoting and ensuring incubator excellence, and IT-enabled strategic operational excellence model for higher education institutions. Besides this, Ma'am has been on advisory board as well as independent director on board of companies, National Institute of Immunology, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India, Khadi Design Council of India, and various NGOs. She has also been conferred upon various prestigious awards, just to name a few: 100 Most Influential Directors of India Award 2016 by World Education Congress, Special Recognition Award 2016 by Society for Human Resource Management, Outstanding Contribution to Education Award 2017 by Devang Mehta Foundation, and B School Affair. She has also been recognized as top 5 personalities in Asia Pacific for EEE Award in the category of Lifetime Achievement in Entrepreneurship Award 2020.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I request you to please deliver the inaugural address, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am. Very
Good morning. Very good morning to all. All the participants are very esteemed resource persons, both Dr. Smita Vishwanathan Girija, as well as Professor Rajat Gera, and all my colleagues, Dr. Sanjeev Bansal. First of all, I would like to extend very warm welcome to all present here, and would like to congratulate Faculty of Management Studies for organizing this pre-conference workshop on writing case studies in innovation and entrepreneurship. Amity University has been organizing this international conference on entrepreneurship, innovation, and leadership for last 4 years with the objective to understand what the international trends are going on in the area of entrepreneurship, innovation, leadership, and how the institution, one side, are building that culture to have the more student startups from the campuses. The other side also to learn from corporate practices, how are they are inculcating or creating a culture of innovation and corporate entrepreneurship. And also the thirdly, how the startups are startup founders are transforming their organization to big corporates, to the global entities. We have a number of examples. And this workshop, especially on the writing case studies, is going to help all the participants how to write cases, understanding the organization goals, understanding the organization culture, and understanding the need of innovation and entrepreneurship for the business growth. And we have seen for last 2 years, though the Dr. Bansal has given the a detail about the need of the case writing and how effective it is in teaching the management courses. We all know that the case writing started from the Harvard Law School, and then it has was adopted by the Harvard Business School. And in India, case method of teaching is prevalent in some institution, but not across the all B schools. But today, when we are conducting this workshop with the objective, it's not only the management domain or the management program where you can teach the case-based education. Another case-based education is now required in other disciplines, engineering, biotechnology, all disciplines, because entrepreneurship has become very important for all disciplines for the economic growth of the nation, and as well as uh, alternate career option for the students. So therefore, to create that mindset in the students, instead of looking at the corporate placement, how the students can look into alternate career in the startup. Therefore, the engineering faculty or the other disciplines faculty, in addition to management faculty, it's important to bring those cases, the how the engineers or the other discipline students, the architects, started their own ventures and have been very, very successful. So therefore, this workshop, I'm sure that will help the faculty from other disciplines also, and to learn and understand how the case writing has to be done. And keeping in mind that how that the case-based teaching can be done, and therefore how to prepare the teaching cases or teaching notes for the case-based study. So I'm sure that this workshop will meet this objective. And though we have got the both our professors of marketing, but I know that the principles, irrespective of which discipline you belong to, principles of case writing are the same across the disciplines. So all the participants, you need to understand the basic principles of writing the case, and also the what is the objective of case writing in a way that kind of the case writing to be used. So with this, I would like to thank Dr. Smita Girja as well as Professor Rajat Gera for sparing their time. And I know both of you are very well known for writing a case study and having the case-based teaching. So both of you are great. So I'm sure your contribution will go a long way in developing the future generations and the current academicians. How to use the case-based teaching, and as well as how to write the good cases, and so that which gives the participants who will be later on using those cases, and how they can best use right from the environment scanning to the organization problem to the bringing that innovation, solving the ultimately problem. So which gives the stimulation to the mind, and that's what the is objective. So I thank both the resource person and I can see that Professor Jones Matthew will also be there from the Great Lake Institute of Management later on. Uh, and and also the open house for the participants has been kept as very good. So Dr. Bansal, Dr. Dai, many congratulations for organizing this pre-conference workshop. All the best.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Dr. Girja, Dr. Kera, thank you so very much again, and especially to accept this invitation on a very short notice. So my heartfelt thanks. Over to you, Dr. Geeta.
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. It is indeed very imperative that now we do not talk about case writing just in management domain, but across disciplines. So we use case writing in different disciplines, and we use multidisciplinary approach in writing cases. So with this, we know that every organization has a story, but not every story has a case in it. And that is what we are going to learn in this workshop, that how to develop an interesting case which has a sharp focus and an insightful story. So with this, I would request Vandana ma'am, Professor Amity Business School, to please take over and introduce our speakers.
Very warm welcome to you, Dr. Smita. Dr. Gera, very good morning to you. I will start with introducing Dr. Smita, and I will be requesting you to share your presentation with our scholars after that. Dr. Smita Girija is a professor of marketing at Geetham Institute of Management, Geetham University, and she has close to 18 years of work experience. Over these years, she has handled various roles of teacher, trainer, researcher, and academic administrator. She received her PhD in impact of organized retail on unorganized sectors in India in the year 2012. Her primary areas of interest are qualitative and quantitative social research and consumer behavior. Her current areas of research are marketing strategies of social enterprises in rural India, frugal innovations in emerging markets, and consumer behavior. She offers specialized MOOCs in marketing and innovation and is currently hosted on Swayam. She has also been offering full credit courses as an international visiting professor at ISM University of Applied Sciences, Germany, on innovation management. She is an equally passionate researcher, and her work has been published in reputed journals. She has also co-authored a case which is published by Ivy Publishing. She also works closely with the industry in the learning and development space and has led many management development programs for working professionals across sectors for organizations like GMR, Engineers India Limited, Military Engineering Service, and Director General Resettlement. She is also a member of the peer review team to provide strategic audit required by the SACS program under the Association of Management Development Institutions in South Asia. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Smita. We look forward to a learning experience. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Dr. Vandana. Very good morning to all of you, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sanjeev Bansal, other faculty colleagues, Professor Gera. It's a pleasure, to be here. And thank you, Dr. Vandana, for inviting me to deliver this session. Okay, so I was given to understand that method of teaching is not only for law school or medical school or business school. It should be across. Having said that, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take a case which got published, which I co-authored with a professor of IIM Lucknow, Professor Rajiv Kumra. I'm going to take that case as a base, and then going to take you through or give you an introduction on how to start thinking of writing a case. And as I was given to understand, Professor Gera is going to go into the details of steps in case writing, and Professor Jones Matthew will be taking you through the steps in preparing a teaching note. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to give a broad outline on how to even think of creating a framework for writing a case. Okay, to start with, Dr. Vandana, I can share my screen, right?
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay, so yes, thank you. Okay, so what I'm trying to understand from at least, the audience, so I would like to have it as an interactive session because,
Could you please take the
otherwise,
slideshow mode and F5
Pardon?
will help. The slideshow
okay, I'll do
mode.
that. I'll do that. Okay. So, I know that Amity will also be using case method of teaching, but then I would like to understand from one of you, one of a young faculty member who is really, really interested to start thinking of writing a case, how is case teaching different from, any other method of teaching? Anybody from the audience, please. Anybody, any research scholars who would like to write a case, or, why do you think that case method of teaching is different from any other mode of teaching? Now we have, teaching using simulations. There are other ways as well. But then why do you think case method of teaching is different?
Okay,
Or
so
that's...
we request
Yep.
the participants to please post it in the chat box. And even if you want to speak, please raise your hand and we will allow you to speak. So all the
Okay,
participants...
is it restricted in that case? Okay, is interaction not allowed, Dr. Geeta?
It is allowed, ma'am. If they raise their hand, we can allow them to speak also.
Okay.
And the chat
Great.
box and Q&A section is there. They can always post it, post any query or any answer onto the chat box or the Q&A section.
Okay, while somebody gives an answer, okay, I could see some chat coming in.
Yeah, so Krishna is saying it allows us for listening to various perspectives of peers.
Okay, so that she agrees that it's highly interactive compared to other method of teaching. Okay, any other any other views? It gives a solution to a particular real life problem. Yes, of course. Okay, let us understand this. I borrowed from the IV. Sorry, Dr. Vandana, I'm not able to change my slide when I'm going in a slide sharing mode. Let me just do it other way. Oh, I'm facing some issue.
Geeta, if we can ask any student to assist Dr. Girija, or we can just see to it.
Yes.
This is now being done, I think.
Yeah. So, ma'am, if there is a problem, you can share it with us, and we can,
Yeah, in a slide sharing mode, I'm not able to change my slides. So,
leave
okay.
the slide sharing mode. Please continue.
Dr. Vandana, I'm sending my slides to you in case I'm not able to change it. You may please.
Okay. Meanwhile,
ma'am,
please
can
continue.
you, ma'am?
Yeah.
Ma'am, can you try to share again?
Yeah,
Pardon?
share now.
Ma'am, can you try to share again your presentation?
I'll do that. I'll do that now.
And single click on your presentation. Now click on your presentation, ma'am. Yeah, now try to share.
It's not moving. I don't know why it's not moving, but I have no issues. I'm going to send it to Vandana so somebody can share it on for me.
You can continue meanwhile in the
Yes. So I'm just yeah. Just give me a second. So I'm extremely sorry for that glitch. Okay, so let me just borrow this from the IV case website, which says that business case study is basically a depiction of an actual situation, and also there involves sort of a challenge, a situation, or some problems which one will have to take a decision. So what happens is when we talk about a case, actually we are actually depicting a real life situation. There will be a protagonist, there will be a person who is facing a problem where we have to take a decision. So so what happens is we throw the situation to the class, and students are supposed to get into the shoes of that decision maker and think through if he or she is in that position, how will they take a decision. See, this is actually what happens in a case method of teaching. But to prepare that sort of a case, what are those essential things what a faculty or a case writer have to look into? That's what we are going to discuss now. But before getting into that, let us generally look at Dr. Vandana, is it, have you received it?
Yeah, you please continue.
Okay, I think now I'm able to, yes.
Yeah.
So I can. Now see, this is what I've just discussed. For why are cases used? Cases basically are used, the students will be able to be in the position of the decision makers. And also, when you prepare a case, there will be multiple alternatives available for a decision maker. When I talk about a decision maker, the decision maker could be a manager of a company, could be entrepreneur, could be somebody who is actually will have to take a key decision in an organization. So what happens is there will be multiple options available to that particular person. Now, which one will be the right option? And when we write a case, we never give what happened after that. That is only in certain cases we mentioned that in the teaching note that what happened actually in that situation. Now, when a student goes through these various situations, he or she will be forced to think through based on the facts from the case that what decision should I take? What will be the implications of that decision if I go in that particular direction? So when you actually use a simple theory, let's say you talk about pricing decisions in marketing. So I'm a marketing faculty. That's that. So I'll be using more of marketing or innovation examples. But then let's say a pricing decision in marketing. If I have to just use a theory and just come up with what are the various pricing decisions theories and models available, they will just sit through and say, okay, that's what is available. But then when we actually look at, okay, this is a situation in a company, they're going to launch a new product in the market. What are the type of pricing decisions what they have to take? These are the multiple options available. This is what the financial data which is available. So now the student is forced to think through. So that is why we say that case method of teaching is not real life, but closest to the real life. This is what, this is why they say that case method of teaching is the most, impactful method when it comes to business education. So let me just take you through, why should a company agree to write a case with somebody? What are the benefits which the company will have? Why should somebody agree? Why should somebody share their data with a faculty or a case writer who want to produce a case? So let me just give an example. So I have a case, and the case which I'm going to discuss today, not in detail because I don't have the rights to discuss it completely, but the case which I have published, that is with Wingreen's Farms. So this particular venture, they started somewhere in early, I think in late 2000, and they both were based out of US, and they were actually working in a very successful advertising firm. And both husband and wife, they had come back to India, and they were very, very interested in something to do with farming. So what happened is, they had the technical knowledge, they had the sound experience in, how corporate work, etc. But here they wanted to come back and start something in the farming, in the agricultural segment. So, so they started something new. I mean, you all, most of you will be aware of this Wingreen products where they produce spreads and dips and things like that, and they are very organic products. So when we approached this company to write a case, her name is Miss Anju Srivastava. She was like, why? Because first, she's not interested in limelight and things like that. Their business model is very, very different. However, we convinced her that, okay, these are the benefits what you're going to, what your company gets if you actually collaborate with us in writing a case. And if it goes to an international platform, these are the benefits which you're going to get in. Now, this is what I have summed up. First one is, when you write a case, there are two ways in which you can approach. First, few companies will not allow you to use their name exactly as it is. They say you have to disguise the name, and then we will share all the details, but you can't announce the name of the company. So in that case, I mean, this first point is not very useful for that company. But in majority of the cases, they will allow you to use their brand name. And the first benefit what the company gain from, collaborating with a faculty is brand awareness among students. Students will be prospective customers, and also, the people who reads the cases. And if it goes into a platform like a Harvard HPSP or Ivy or, Case Center or any of those sort of case building houses, the number of people who who read that case is going to be very, very high. So first one is the brand awareness among the people who read the case. That is the first benefit which a company will have if they collaborate with you for a case. The second one is, for their internal training purposes, they can use the cases, and then that's going to be very, very useful. That is the second benefit what they get if you use this sort of if you collaborate for writing cases. And the last one is, there are a lot of intangible benefits when a faculty sit and talk to these people about a lot of information. What happens is there are a lot of suggestions, comments from the case writer that, okay, why don't we think so in this direction? Is it right? Is it wrong? So this sort of insights which a company gets when talking to the faculty members. So this is some of the benefits. Now this slide is basically, or this discussion is basically to show that why a company collaborate with a faculty to write a case. So this is some of the things. And above all, the most important thing is, there are this responsibility of big corporates to actually, help the management education field as well. So if they share their failures and success, that will help, the management schools to share that with students, and they will be better trained, they'll be better aware of when they complete their study. So that is another important aspect which I would like to highlight here. Now, I have given the references at the end of the slide from where I have used this. So it's basically IV and Case Center. So if you look at the number of cases published, this is slightly old. This is 2-year-old data. So the latest one is yet to be released. So maximum cases are in the area of strategy and general management. You can see majority of cases in this area, followed by by marketing also. Marketing also, we have quite a number of cases, finance, and human resource management. If you look at entrepreneurship, see, the number of cases are not that high. So there is always a scope of thinking through in this direction, and maybe write cases. People who are interested to write something in entrepreneurship and innovation, yes, actually the number of cases published in that area is very, very less. Now, if you look at region wise, so we have different case publishing houses. So we all know that HPSP is the largest, IV, Case Center, NACRA, and in India, IIM Ahmedabad Case Center is also one of the biggest source from where we can get cases. There are other smaller case publishing houses as well, but then I've just mentioned few which are very, very reputed, and every faculty would like to publish in one of them. So if we look at that, oh sorry, my slide just got cut. Maximum cases are from the North American region. So the cases published, so this is from Case Center, HPSP, and IV put together. The maximum cases are from this region, and followed by Europe and then Asia. There are quite a number of good cases from the Asian context as well. And if you all know that IV has opened up, they have actually collaborated with many schools in Asia, and they do this training programs, mentoring programs, where they help faculty to publish cases. So with ISB, they had this program with IIM Ghaziabad. So there are so that's how the number of cases from Asia has also increased in numbers.
Smita, I'll try and respond to the question that you had asked right in the beginning. Several of the scholars have responded to that. So
Okay.
some of them have, they're just trying to say that cases are contemporary in nature, and they give access to real life situations. They highlight the practical implications, which adds to the theory part that is usually taught in these schools. And then primarily it's real life situations, but yes, cases make education contemporary, and they give solutions to real life problems.
Yeah, can I know the person who mentioned contemporary?
It is Prerna Arora.
Okay. Okay, so here, there, though, we would like to discuss a lot of new cases, but then, there are some classic cases which, we still use, which are very old cases of, let's say, 80s or 90s or, things like that. So what happens is, yes, it is always advisable to select cases which are, let's say, less than 10-year-old cases and things like that, because things keep changing. But then there are certain leadership cases which are actually very classic. So more it's contemporary, I agree, but more than that, no, it is like, they actually take them very close to the real life situation, and there is a decision problem which students have to look into. So that is what the key objective of this case method of teaching. But thank you so much. I'm glad that, we got so much of responses. So this is where we are. I have just completed this. I think, Vandana, I can share myself now, Vandana.
All right, so I should stop?
Yes, I can do it myself because it was working. Okay, so this is about, the region wise I've just mentioned. Now let us look at, this picture. Now, with whom should we write a case? What type of firm should we approach to write a case? Is there a size mentioned? Can we only write with Microsoft or a Facebook's or, a bigger firms like a Tata or something like that? No, not necessary. You can write with any type of firm or, any type of a venture. For example, when we approached Wingreens, they were a very small, venture, just started, but they got one round of funding. They were awaiting the second round of funding. But then actually what I'm trying to say is that the size doesn't matter. So even if we look at that particular chart, it's like, majority of the cases are from firms which are not in Fortune 500 or Global 500, nothing. So that's only a very small size. But majority of the cases are from normal, simple firms, which has just started, and they have faced some challenges, or they are very successful. So maybe they would like to share their success stories and things like that. So this is another important point which I would like to share with you, that the type of firm doesn't matter. And there are some cases where they have not even specified what type of firm it is. It's like so there is something called armchair cases where it's from the generalized experience. So so that's another important point. So when you approach a firm, size doesn't matter. Now, how can we, what are the type of data which, the case researchers use? So actually it is maximum cases are using a field research. So, this is more than 50% uses field research for their case writing. So a large chunk, there are a lot of cases which comes out of published sources, that is the secondary data. And there are, sort of a small percentage which is from generalized experience. That means, okay, I have not collected any data as such as a primary data, but then, I learned from the experience of people, and then I sort of, put that in the form of a case. And, as per this chart, there are some unspecified sources as well, but then we are more interested in the field research or the secondary data. So the most impactful case comes always from the field research cases, and the majority of the cases which got published are also from the field research cases. Okay, now I think Dr. Geeta also, in the introduction, she mentioned about two important aspects of a good teaching case. So the first one is a sharp focus, and the second one is an interesting story. So, we all know that research papers, we keep publishing research papers because, you can earn points or, on your performance review system, you earn points if you publish a research paper, so on and so forth. But then just think about how many of us use those research papers in the class. Very less. Maybe, in the PhD classes, maybe we will, but then otherwise, why are we not using a research paper in the classes when we in a regular class? So this is not something which is only with India or anywhere, it is globally. So whereas when you publish a case, if for example the cases which I publish, I make sure that when I go, so my case, that this particular case is in social entrepreneurship, and whenever I teach innovation, I make sure that I use this case in my class, because you feel so comfortable. I invite the Wingreen's Anju Srivastava also to come and have a quick chat with the students. So what happens is here, your involvement in writing the case and discussing in the class, that's very, very different. So the beauty of actually writing a case is that you will be actually using that case in your classroom discussions. So keeping that in mind, there are two important things. The first thing is what is it that the case is going to focus on. So it could be, for example, today we are discussing about innovation entrepreneurship. Maybe let us talk about a specific aspect of entrepreneurship or a specific aspect of innovation. Okay, I'm going to talk about the business model of this company because it is very, very unique, and that's going to be my focus area. So like that, first, when we talk about a firm, think about what I'm going to cover. And second thing is that every case should have a beautiful story, a very, very engaging story, because that's how, because this is basically developed for the students to read and understand. For us to engage a student, it should be in a story mode, So now when you have this multimedia cases and other things, or even for that matter, simulation. What are we, see, from case method, we are moving to simulations and things like that. What are we trying to do? We are actually trying to engage students with, some sort of, visuals and also some numbers, they will get automatic answers and so on and so forth. So like that, when you write a case, at least there should be a beautiful story which students will have to sit through and read and engage and see what happens next. That sort of a thriller move should be there when we write a case. So let me just show you. Okay, I'm just going to share my screen and I'll just explain why I mentioned that. Okay, so if you look at this particular case, it's a format of a very simple case where, what happens is, this entire case, actually their business model is very, very unique. That's what we were focusing on. And, and this is a model of social entrepreneurship. So this entire case has been discussed from the eyes of a farmer and his son. So this case, if you see that the opening of the case starts with, this farmer is facing problems with, a very, very irresponsible son, and, how to fix that. That's how the case starts. And, if you see that towards the end of the case, and the entire case writing follows that, because, it is from the eyes of that farmer. And then, towards the end of the case, we also say that, what happened to that boy after, all this transformation, and what is he doing now? So this is how the storyline goes in. So from the beginning to the end of a case, you can see this is being narrated by somebody. And the main protagonist of this particular case is Anju Srivastava, because towards the end of it, she's very successful. She's going to get next round of funding. Now, what is going to happen next? So we leave it there, and let the students decide what should be she be doing, when she gets the second round of funding. So we leave it there, but we know actually what happened after that. That is there in the teaching note for the faculty. So the teaching note looks something like this.
Please share your screen again.
I'm doing that. I'm just showing the format of the teaching note also, though I'm not going to take go through the details of it. I'm just going to show the format of teaching note. So the teaching note is a very, very, very important document. And, people who publish cases will agree with me that first, we will have to think through what are the, the discussion points, what are the questions which I'm going to, use in the class while discussing this case. So very, very important, generally we think through the discussion questions first. I know that this is what the company which I'm going to write case on, and this is the problem which we have identified. Now the next one is, what are the discussion questions? What questions are we going to discuss discuss in the class, because based on this part, that is discussion question, I will decide what data to include, what to remove. Okay, so that is why we say that this teaching note is very, very important, and this is prepared along with the case, so that the case will also get refined and this will also be getting ready. And teaching notes are available for faculty, and not available to the students, because that will help faculty to. So it doesn't mean that no faculty will have to restrict it just to the teaching note. It will just guide faculty through the discussions, that's all. And it will also give the current state of what happened to the firm after that. So these are the two documents which we have to prepare. That is the main case and the teaching note. Let me now get back to our presentation. So Vandana, I'm just continuing, and maybe questions we can take later.
Perfect, perfect.
Yes. Okay. Let us now look at a framework for writing a case. So for writing a case, actually we will have to ask some questions to ourselves. What are those questions which we are going to ask? Now, the very first set of questions which you will have to ask yourself is, how does this case fit into my teaching? What are the objectives? And what are the key discussion questions I want to bring into the classroom? So, if I write a case, basically, if you're a marketing faculty or you are a, HR faculty, innovation faculty, whatever. So, I write a case to bring it to the, to my class, so I will write in an area of, my specialization. So if I'm going to write a case, the first set of things is, what are my teaching objectives? What are those objectives which I'm going to cover? So when we were writing this case on Wingreens, our teaching objective was very, very clear. We want to bring in it into the entrepreneurship class, and we want to discuss the social entrepreneurship new model which they have introduced. So let me just share with you why we got interested with this model. Now see, they were one of those pioneers who was actually, though this model was there, but they have actually formalized that model. What they used to do is they used to rent out land from the farmers, and they employ these farmers in the same farmland. And what they did was they actually used the modern irrigation techniques, and they trained the farmers to use those techniques. So what happens is, if the release is for 1 year, after 1 year, the farmer is actually trained to use the modern skills in his own land. And also, this is actually in one of the rural areas of Haryana. So what happened is there, the women of the family were only allowed to work in their farmland. Now, in this particular situation, what happened is, they have a processing unit where they have only employed the women. So in Wingreens, it is women some network, so that is a full form of Win, and then Greens is basically sustainable. So they used to employ only women in that processing unit. So this was something which was very unique, because the family, though you are a farmer, you first get the lease amount of the land, and you also earn, your salary or a wage as a laborer. So this was the model which actually we were so interested to think through and write. And also the products which the crops which used to cultivate, they were bajra and millet and things like that. But then these people have introduced the herbs, the different types of vegetables which you'll have to use it in the sort of dips and things like that. So that is actually the reason why we approach them. Now see, when we approach a company, please see what is unique in that particular company. What are they doing differently? So if it is like any other different firm, there is nothing much to write or to explore, or there is, what will you bring to the class? So the uniqueness, or what are we trying to bring into the classes? What is the first and foremost thing when you have to decide on before even think of writing a case? So when I say what are the key discussion questions I want to bring into the classroom, this is where I say that no, the teaching note also comes along with the case. So it is not that no, I finish the case and then write the teaching note. That's not possible. So these two documents are being prepared simultaneously. So it's very, very important that I'll have to finalize my discussion question. Okay, let us see what is the second set of questions which you have to look into. who will be my audience, so how difficult should my case be? See, my case is a very, very simple case, which can even be discussed in a UG classroom, so keeping in mind the audience whom you're going to, so if you're going to prepare a case for a, let's say executive MBA students, the level of difficulty of the case is going to be very, very different. So and we have to specify all those things in the document when we prepare. Who are our audience, what is the level of difficulty of the case, what are the areas which we are going to cover in that particular case. So that actually shows that, because when we have to submit it to IV or for that matter IIM Ahmedabad, they'll ask all these questions to ensure that the case researchers are very, very clear on what they're actually trying to publish. So before even thinking of making the final draft of the case, please make sure that these are some of the points we have to keep in mind. If I'm going to write a case for an MBA student, okay, the level of difficulty, let's say, be medium. If I'm going to write it for an executive batch with so many years of experience, the level of difficulty can be higher, and if it is for a UG crowd, it can be even simple. So there are 3 different types of difficulty levels they mentioned. So they will just ask them, the students to. So for example, in those sort of cases, they will actually say that, okay, this is what the protagonist is facing problem with, and in such sort of cases, there will be only one sort of way ahead. There will not be multiple alternatives and things like that. It's a very clear indication that the protagonist is going to take the decision this way. So here it is only about just analyze and see whether that decision is effective or not. So that will be the type of cases which we prepare when it comes to a level 1 simple case. And in this particular cases, there will not be much of the data, etc., where the people have to go through and things like that, because it is going to be a shorter version of the, let's say, the difficult case. So that's the first. Second one is actually, so level 2, that is a medium difficulty case, where, yes, you will have more than, one options available, and you will have to evaluate each and every option and then come up with the solutions and say, okay, they should be going this way around. In the first case, it is largely, very clear that this is what the decision. In the second type of difficulty, it is like, they have multiple options and they have to select the best option. And level 3 is that, they will not even give the solution. They'll say that, no, this is the dilemma what they're facing. Please come up with multiple alternatives and then give a solution. So even, that is what the level 3 difficulty cases, there are many cases when you, when you actually, look for some sort of strategic level decision cases, you can see, they will just throw the problem. That's it. Now you decide and select what type of solutions the protagonist should take, or what, these are the multiple alternatives available, and this is what the right decision is. And that should be supported with, data, theoretical, understanding and things like that. So a case researcher can decide, which level of case difficulty, I would like to go for. So these are the second set of questions which which you have to answer. Now the next one is, that's exactly what I said. How fresh is my case topic? Very, very important, because a few of our scholars have also have approached as in said, okay, why don't we write a case on this X startup? But then that X startup is similar to Y startup, and already many cases have been published. So why do we have to again write some? There is nothing new in that. So you can actually do a little research on, so few of the case publishing houses I've mentioned here, but there are many, but largely you can see whether similar cases have been published in this in any of this this houses, and then we can decide whether there is anything new in our case or not. Having said that, it is not see, for example, let's say, Wingreens, we published on this business model, that is what we were focusing on. But then, maybe somebody else can think through and, publish something on, the human resource practices of Wingreens. That is possible. See, that is actually a totally different thought and, a different, different set of theories which you're using there. The company you can use for multiple cases, but then for example, if somebody wants to say, okay, no, Wingreens, it's a real, it's a real interesting model. Let us also see, how they have evolved from. So we published in 2018. So let's say how they've evolved from 2018 to 2022. So, if somebody want to write that, they have to be careful because, you can't change your business model drastically unless, there is something totally new. So this is where one have to be very, very careful that, is my topic fresh? Am I thinking something new? Is there a scope for sort of, anything new which I can discuss in the class? Okay. Yeah. So Vandana, do we have to take any questions or?
We have started getting questions, and one interesting question I thought you could address side by side. How different is case study writing from storytelling? One of the scholars here has this question, and it would be nice if you can build that up in your discourse as we move forward. Lovely.
Yes.
Very nice presentation, Dr. Smita. Very down to earth. Very interesting. Please continue.
Yes. So, here is what I'll have to share with you. See, case method of teaching or cases will always be based on a certain set of theoretical, models. You actually have to relate what we are talking with some theoretical model. Whereas in a case of storytelling, you don't have to actually, it is like, you are just sharing, narrating something which has happened in a corporate, you don't have to relate any sort of theories or anything with in case of a storytelling. Whereas case will have a very, very strong theoretical connection with, what we are talking. For example, let's say, you discuss about Porter's 5 forces or something, somewhere you will have to connect theory with, whatever we are discussing in the case. Whereas in the other case, it is not. That's what, I would like to add here. Maybe Professor Gera, you would like to add something here? Hello? I think he's not.
I guess you continue. We'll invite him.
Yes. Okay. So, can I continue now, Vandana?
Yes, please.
Yes. So this is something which, you can look through, and, even IIM Ahmedabad, they also have a lot of cases, yesterday I was just going through their list of cases, and, lockdown is a period when, a lot of publications, a lot of cases have been published. So a lot of new cases have been published. In fact, we were also trying to, so I'm currently working on a research with, one of the professors of IIM Ahmedabad. We are working on something on, vaccine development, for COVID. So we were trying to, approach some of this, this pharmaceutical companies, and, we're trying to just see whether they are, free for some sort of discussions. Unfortunately, that has not happened yet, but then a lot of cases happened, during this last 2 years.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry to interrupt. Actually, I was trying to unmute, so sorry about that.
Yeah,
you had asked a question whether you'd like to
do
any add-on. Yeah, actually, a case study comes somewhere between a research article and a story. You see, a story can be totally fictitious. And even a case study can have a kind of elements of a story. It can be fictitious, it can have all those things. But the purpose is very different. It is not to
Okay, there appears
I
to
think
be
there is a
some
problem.
minor network problem.
Yeah. Okay.
Continue. Yeah.
I'm just continuing. Yes. Okay. So let me just. So what I'm trying to say is that, please refer. Please see what are the. recent cases which has been published, and you will now see that a lot of cases will have sort of stories to share about the lockdown, how they survived, what sort of challenges they faced, and so on and so forth. So please see what are the recent cases which has come up, because a lot of things have happened in the last 2 years. Now let us ask the next set of questions. What type of cases do I want to write? So when I say what type of cases, if you remember, there was a diagram in the beginning where we said, there is cases based on field research, there are cases based on secondary research, and something which is based on the generalized experience. So field cases are and the numbers also say that field cases are more, and library cases are secondary, and armchair cases are from the generalized experience. So let me just give you some insights on how we write a field field research case. So a field research case basically needs a consent from the organization with whom we are going to collaborate. For example, you need some data from them. Case will always have a lot of data about the company. So it is also it's not just about the products and product lines and things like that. We need some financial data also. So let me just share and show you what type of financial data. Also, is a very simple data which we use, but still we need to collect that data from them. So a consent, sorry, not this. Give me just a second. I'm just trying to show you the type of data which we collected. Yeah, here. Okay. So here, we really wanted this data on, when you actually, this is from the farmer side. This is from the farmer side, but also actually, we this data also, their product data and all was available in the website. But yes, this was a key metrics which we wanted to prepare. So revenue, or their revenue, gross margin, the number of employees, and things like that. So they will have to minimum share this information with us. That is why we actually need a consent from the organization before writing a case. They will have to agree to share some of, for example, we have not asked for major, sort of data, things like that, but minimum you need such data. So for a field research, keep in mind, the first thing is that with whichever company you're collaborating, you need a consent. And then the data is collected through two ways. The first one is observation. So, the researchers will have to go spend time in that organization, observe and interact with people and see how it functions. So observation is the first thing. And the second one is multiple interviews with the protagonist, the person who is a decision maker, and also with, people who are associated with him in decision making. So interview. So basically you collect data through multiple interviews and observation. So in our case, I remember we started this in 2016. We connected with them. 2017 we connected with them, and it took almost a year before we could publish it, because it's not so very easy, though we say that we can write in 2 months, 3 months, so on and so forth. But with a company, it is not very easy. You will have to meet them, you will have to sit with them, you'll have to understand their priorities, and we should ensure that we keep them in good spirits. So all those things are important. So this is how you collect a field research. This is how you do a field research. Now, there are cases where, you don't need any consent of the company. You can only do it from these published resources. You can go to their websites, you can go to their annual reports, you can go to any other published sources, and then also you can make a sort of case. In this particular case, you are not actually, violating anything. You are just taking things from a website and putting it together in the form of a case, and we are publishing it. And, as I said, the third one is a generalized experience. Here, it is like, okay, even you don't even have to depend on the secondary experience. You can actually talk to people who are not even, related to the organization, but who have used or consumed that company's services or products. And then based on your experience, your thoughts, you can come up with some sort of a cases. In this particular case, in generalized experience cases, I think, we will have to make sure that, you are not actually contradicting something which, which is already there. For example, company must have, must be following some practices, and, in my experience, so you can't do that. I think, there are some ethical considerations here before you start writing such a case. I have not, in fact, I have somebody talking. Hello. There is some.
So I request the participants to please mute your systems.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So, generalized experience cases, in fact, I have not even tried to write any, or I have not used much in my classes. So I think, maybe the other panelists will be able to help you with more. I have used largely the field research cases and the secondary research cases. Okay. Yeah. So these are the other set of questions which, one will have to address. Okay. Now there is something called, a mini case, a case series. So, when you open up your HPSP, you can see A, B, C, that means the case follows a series. So, am I going to just finish off with one small case, or I'm going to continue the series? So this is another set of decision which case researcher will have to make. That is the type of case which you're going to write. Now you have multimedia cases as well. That means, you have the narrations, the videos and audios available, so that, instead of reading, they can listen and go through that. That's something, it's already available. So, we all know that students cannot read more than whatever pages. These are all assumptions, but, there are cases of 50 pages also, so but it is advisable, at least from our experience, it says that, have shorter cases of, let's say, 10 to 15 pages, not more than that. It is advisable. So but of course, let's say if you are writing something for a executive PGDM students, and I said that, they will have to sit through the entire data and, come up with a solution. Maybe, it may go up to whatever pages, but for a simple classroom discussion, it is always better to have shorter cases. Okay, let us look at the next set of questions. What is the decision focus of my case? We already discussed that, what is the decision focus of my case? Who will be my protagonist? And, why is his or her decision urgent? So we already discussed that, there should be a very strong point of discussion, which, which will run throughout the case. So, and who is the decision maker? Who will be the protagonist? With whom am I going to write this case? Or who will have to take that decision there? And, the third one is, why is that decision urgent? Very, very important. And most of the cases you can see that you leave it there, and there'll be, so when we advise students not to go through the websites and all, because what happens is, so this is a common mistake which students do, that okay, when we stop the case, or when we share the case a week before, they will do all the research of what the company currently is, and they come back and then give a solution. That's also not correct. So it's advisable, always advise students not to visit their website. Just read only whatever is given to you, and please come up with a decision from whatever data available. So what happens is, then it shows that okay, this decision is very, very urgent because of these facts. And there are many cases which are slightly older, so a lot of transformations must have happened in that company, and there will be a lot of changes just happen. And if a student come back and say that, oh, this is what the decision you have to take up, I'm not very sure. So always advise students not to visit their website till the case discussion is over. But maybe, at the end of the discussion, you yourself can share, this is what the decision which they have taken up, and, this is where the company is now. That brief you can give, but then, what happens is, discourage students from visiting the websites beforehand. Very important. Okay, so, this is another important aspect. This you can build in, when you write a case. There should be some dilemma, there should be some conflicts, there should be some contradictions, there should be some dramatic elements. This is largely, depends on the case researcher's skill in writing a case. Somebody mentioned about storytelling. If you can write a story well, you can actually bring in that beautiful story while writing a case as well. So that's very, very, please include all those elements while writing a case. So when you take the interview of the decision maker, you always see, what else can you add to make this more interesting. So let me just give you an example. When we were writing that case, they were actually facing a lot of problems from the local this farmers union and things like that, because they had to lease the land from the farmers and then they have to employ. Now see, we also have brought in a little element of that into the case, and we have also explained how they have come out of that problem. So this sort of little elements will add to your case actually. So make sure that you include the small elements when you write the case. Now, I will not say you only have to, but how we put it this way is, what are the standard components of a case. So you definitely will have an opening. So the opening of the case will, as I mentioned, that in our case, we're just narrating the story of a farmer and a son, and the son is facing a problem. Now, how to bring him out of that? So it's like that is the opening of the case. You're introducing Ms. Anju Srivastava, who is the protagonist of my case, in the opening. So you have to frame that part beautifully. Now, when you introduce Ms. Anju Srivastava, we're also introducing the Wingreen Farms and their unique business model into that opening. So that opening of the case is something which is very, very important. We'll have to spend a lot of time thinking through how to make it more impactful. So that is the first component of the case. The second one is the industry and the company background. So you need not give those headings like that. Headings is our own, but then largely it should cover. So then we are moving on to Wingreen Farms and who are the competitors and what is that business model like. So we are bringing in the entire company background in the second part of the in the second part of the case. Whichever way you want to bring in. Then, we talk about the case story. When we talk about the case story basically means, see their background of the entrepreneur, in this case, Ms. Srivastava and her husband, and then, how they have developed this particular model. That is what a case story is. And, then we talk about the funding received and things like that in that case story. And you actually bring it to a point where, it is very successful and, they are actually awaiting the second round of funding. And, Ms. Srivastava is still thinking of, how to expand, that's where we stop the case. And the last one is closing. Now, when we say closing of the case, I'm bringing in that, farmer and son, and see, how they have actually, they benefited out of this entire model. So that is how I close the case. So actually, I'm leaving the students there and say, what should we do with the second round of funding? How should she expand? That is where I have, stopped the case. And closing is like, okay, this person has been transformed and, he started a separate outlet of Wingreen, something like that. So this is what the frame structure of the case is. Essentially, they should have these 4 components, but then the title, you can actually, think through beautiful title. And it's very, very important that when we write a story case, I said, no, it should be in a story mode. The title should also be as interesting as possible. Let us look at the next set of questions. Actually, this I have just already discussed. What data should I see? Always it happens that I collect a lot of data, and especially when I interview with people with an honor always would like to talk about, okay, it was like this, I was working well there, a lot of data you collect. Now, Can you include all this data in one simple case? It's impossible. You can't include all this data, what they are, you collected into one simple case. Now, how to refine that? So that is where I said you will actually get back to your discussion questions, and include only those relevant data in your case. That is how you prune the data. So make sure that you only include the relevant data in the case. It could be through interviews, and there is one more question which you have to ask us, will corporates allow me to interview people? Yes, you have taken a consent in the beginning, so of course you will get a chance to interview those people who are associated with that decision maker, not the entire set of people in the corporate, but people who are involved in that your particular problem. You will get a chance to interview. Now, the problem here in most of this case researchers face is like to get their appointments and get their time and complete the interview and so on and so forth. But then that is a standard practice. That is how it happens. But when you write with a startup or a small venture, it's comparatively easy in the sense they will actually be interested to share their stories, and you will be able to finish it off within a deadline.
Smita, the next question is, what if the respondents are illiterate? So how do we handle this process of data collection in the case of field research?
Okay, so I said that, unlike the research, actual academic research which we do, where they have to sort of, fill in the questionnaires and things like that. In this case, it is interview. So let me just share our experience. We were interviewing the farmers who are actually illiterates and the wives, who are working in those processing units. It is like, how well we engage with them in a conversation. So what we did, we recorded all the conversation, and it's like we allow them to just speak. We say that, okay, you are so in fact this is an actual story. This farmer and son is an actual story. We met both of them. So we just allow them to just speak freely. And we record all those things, and then we sit and decide what is relevant, what is not. That's how it is. So in this particular case, even if they're illiterate, doesn't matter. It is like we are interviewers, we are case researchers. We have to mold our way, interviews in such a way that they will start speaking. But yes, we also faced a lot of problem because many of the farmers said, no, we don't want to talk to you. So that problem also we face, but then somehow, we managed with few, and we could get whatever data required. So here, even if they're illiterate, no problem, absolutely no problem. Okay. Is there any timeline to finish the case? I will say that, if you are actually submitting it to any case competition or, any sort of, things like that, special editions or things like that, of course, there is a timeline. But, I feel that we should not be keeping any deadline like that to finish the case, because, you feel like, okay, I can refine this, maybe, as I mentioned, that you are, unlike your research, academic research, where you are involved with your colleagues who are from the academic, area. Here, you're working with a corporate, and to get their time, to get their interview, etc., is not something which we can work with a deadline. But yes, if there is a deadline, then yes, you have to. But for me, I will say that don't keep any deadline and work backward. That's going to be difficult. What if I experience a writing block? Okay, this is something which many of the case centers. So you have to write the first draft by yourself, because the problem with many of us is that we can write, but then academic writing. So this is not academic, this is actually case writing is something which, so as mentioned about a story and things like that, there are editors with Ivy and Harvard and case center. In case you need to avail the services in terms of corrections, etc., that is a possibility. If you want, you can send it to them. That is charge. They charge for that corrections and all those things. There are many case researchers who are really good in putting things in collecting data. They can put it into some format but when it comes to actually, English, they need support. So there are editors who can help you. So if you really go to their websites, you can see how they will help you with this editing services. And these are the final set of questions. No, I will just say that what style shall I write case and all those things, this is largely, I said stories, something which is really, really good. But then, there are few cases which have hard facts, and, especially the finance cases, or, cases like that will have very, very hard facts. And, you will sort of, put a case in that format. So depending on your area and your interest, you'll have to decide on, what style you're going to write the case. So this is some of the very, very typical questions which generally comes to a case researcher's mind before even thinking of writing a case. And I strongly, request people who are interested to please go through all these case publishing houses, see what sort of cases they have published, and then think through. Yeah. Okay. I think, this is what, Vandana, I have, sort of prepared an introduction, and now we can take some questions.
Yes, there are some questions. In fact, one very interesting question which I'd like you to address is, let's look at the other side of the picture. Right now we are talking about writing cases. So what is in it? What is in this? When I talk about the corporate, right? Why should a corporate allow me to write a case study? What is in it there for them? Let's look at it from their perspective.
Yes, I mentioned this already, that, there are, when I started my presentation, I mentioned that, why should a corporate, engage me in writing a case? So there are two things to it. The first thing is, see, big successful companies, they would like to share their success stories and, their failures with the students, or the management. So not only management, with the students who are actually going to be the prospective employees. So it's a sort of training and taking them near to the real life. That is number one. That means they would like to, that's their responsibility to share their success and failure with the academia. The second thing is, I mentioned that if the name of the organization is not undisguised, the organization will benefit as a branding. This is a branding practice, especially if you publish in a Harvard or Ivy. The number of people who are going to talk about or see your organization will be, what numbers, So, for example, if, somebody in, let's say, Europe, use this case for social entrepreneurship, Wingreens is not in Europe, but of course, they will try and see, what is this Wingreens all about. So branding is something which, which the company is going to benefit heavily from. The second thing is, they use it for their internal training program. So, for example, if Samsung, they have 10 cases published in the last 2 years, they use all these cases for their internal training programs. And of course, there are some intangible benefits, as I mentioned, when as a faculty discuss, with the company about, okay, what was the decision, why decision is like this, why not this way? Because when a faculty case researchers sit and talk to the company, they will bring in different perspective in the conversation. Those are the intangible benefits for the organization. Hope I answered the question.
Yeah, Smita, one more question. Can a corporate use a case as part of their marketing strategy in terms of enticing customers?
I'm not very sure about it. I have never come across, any corporate who would be using that. We published a case in Harvard. Why should, so a normal customer, will they be aware of what is HPSP, what is IV and things like that? So I haven't come across, and I don't know whether, no, I don't think, because, once we give the case to any of the case publishing houses, it is actually their property, so I don't know whether a corporate can use it or not. Maybe Professor Gera, if you have a clear, I'm not very sure about it, Vandan. I'm sorry, I'm not very sure about whether they can use it or not.
No, I think they can use with the prior permission and paying the license fees. They can use, but they have to take permission from the company, the license.
That's
And what about the credibility portion? Once a scholar studies an organization, publishes a case for the company, does that add to the credibility of the organization. I mean, you use customer testimonials. So can a case be used as a testimonial in some fashion or the other?
Of course, yes. It actually. So, for example, if otherwise, why will they agree? That's what I said. No, see, it's a branding is actually increasing. So, if a company, a very small company, which is just let's say somewhere there in Vizag, I'm going to actually publish a case in Ivy. That's actually going to increase the credibility of the company within whatever stakeholders they have. They will be sharing that. But yes, as Professor Gera said, okay, if they pay the license fee, because once we submit the case to any of the case publishing houses without paying them or without their permissions, nobody can even use the cases anywhere. So they will definitely benefit. I will give an example, the Byju's, so I think the cases on Byju's, there are many cases on Byju's in multiple platforms, so, and in fact, that news has, when they publish the cases, publish the case on Byju's and Harvard, it has even come in the newspaper. It's a front page article. So, that's how the credibility, if that, to answer that question, even that
Perfect,
things also happen.
Perfect. Yeah, does anybody from the audience has any other question? All right, one more thing, when we talk about co-branding opportunities, or when we talk about scenarios where two organizations may be coming together, some kind of a joint promotion opportunity. Now, I heard somewhere that cases could actually be used, to support those joint promotion opportunities. It's slightly off the track, but then, we are in this world where we talk about innovation all the time. So what do you think is the future? Last 2 years, we've seen our whole world, our whole universe changing. So do you think some new things are going to happen in this domain? The way we teach, the way we use cases, the way organizations use cases. I mean, how do you think things
A lot
will
of,
be in the next couple of years?
yes, Manla, that's what we see a major change in in the way we use cases in the class. So maybe 10 years back when we were using Harvard cases, the number of pages and the number of annexures which they used to have from 30 to 50 pages, but then we were using it. Now once last 5 years they say that you should have 10-page cases or mini cases and things like that. And from there it is moved to multimedia cases where you actually can listen and then do it. Now it is all about simulations. So the thing is that the way we approach cases are also very, very different. Having said that, there were a lot of criticisms, about using case method in the class, because they say that that is that company's decision. How is it going to be relevant to some other company? There are a lot of ifs and buts while using the cases. But the research still say that this is actually the most closest to the real life. And what happens is a discussion happens in the class. When you actually throw it to the class, the students are going to discuss that in smaller groups, and and the discussion itself is actually really, really enriching and engaging. So to date, that is considered to be the most powerful way of teaching for business management. Of course, for law and other things, that is the way, but I'm talking from a business management perspective.
Okay, and what is the first starting point for a young scholar? I mean, it has been a lovely presentation, very down to earth, very close to the heart. But then, if a researcher wants to start writing, so what's your advice? What's the first starting point?
Okay, so for example, so I'm from marketing area. So I would like to think of writing a case, something, let's say from the promotion side, the advertising side, how these things have changed during COVID and things like that. Then I'm going to connect with a company and see whether my whatever thought there in my mind is going to fit into their thing and things like that. If I see that there is a possibility of converting my thought into a case, the first thing is I will actually try and connect with the company. I will try and see whether I can talk to like for example, I want to do something in the area of promotion. Can I connect with the person or marketing manager or whoever and see whether they are willing to? But let me tell you, to work with a huge big corporate institutional level or people who are very senior, they have to get involved, because it is not very easy to get permission to write a case just like that. So I suggest for a research scholar, a lot of startups have emerged in last 2 years. Identify a startup and see whether your area of research, your interest is aligned with, are they doing something similar in that area, and then start working and see whether something we can develop together. So I first say that think what you want to write. The second thing is that identify a company where you can align your thought with. That's what
There is
that's how
one
I go
question
through.
from the audience, Indrajit Vesh, from whom to get consent for with regard to organizations having branches like banks.
Okay, so so the first thing is that you will be connected to a decision maker. So the consent and the other things will be taken up by this decision maker and above. So we need not bother about it to whom we take it. You actually have to connect with the right person. The rest of the things, he will be supporting you to get the consent from. So but identify. So again, the decision maker may not be a branch, a person who is sitting in the branch. He will be sitting in the headquarters, or he will be sitting in the main regional office or somewhere like that, and the consent and other things happen after that. But identify the right person. That's very, very important.
And some final thoughts from an entrepreneurial perspective. People to write case studies about new entrepreneurial ventures, and then again, how can the entrepreneurs make use of the case studies for their own benefit? So this one portion,
Yeah.
Final line of thoughts.
Okay, so actually, I now work with a lot of entrepreneurs. So what happens is, my experience with entrepreneurs is that, they have a lot of stories to share with you. And at times when you talk to new ventures, you feel that they were just waiting to share something with people who are ready to listen. And what happens is, the benefit what they gain from us is that, let us say 3 faculty members are going to sit and discuss with them. A lot of sort of intangible benefit, I'll say that, in the form of consulting will be going to them. They need not pay for us, or we are not expecting anything from them, but then we actually keep on discussing. And that when I interacted with an entrepreneur for another case, so it was like every day we used to discuss. So that is the intangible benefit which the entrepreneur will be gaining. And as far as the faculty is concerned, they'll be more open and happy to share almost all data, whatever we want it from them. Whereas with the big corporate, it is difficult. Even I have never approached a big corporate to write a case. I have only worked with entrepreneurs.
Thank you so much, Dr. Smita. Your valuable time, and above all, agreeing to join us at a very, short notice. And this has been a lovely session, rather than being a, one-sided discourse, really interesting and participatory. And yes, you have addressed quite a few questions which our audience has raised. So, lovely session. Thank you so much. We've learned a lot. We
Thank
have
you.
responses from the audience as well, saying that this was a very insightful session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Vandana, and thank you for having me here. And I hope I could at least make some sense. It's only from whatever I learned from my professors and people whom I have worked with. So I'll be very, in case if anybody would like to get in touch with me, my email ID is let me just show my email ID. This is my email ID, and I'll be happy to sort of share whatever I know in terms of writing case. This is my email ID, sgirija@geetham.edu. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Girija.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for being with us. Dr. Girija had to, she, I think, has to move forward, and I think you have your own class or session at Geetham. So wish you all the best. Thank you. We will catch up again.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
We will now move forward and move to our next session. And we have another very interesting speaker here with us. He is Dr. Rajat Gera. Now, Dr. Rajat Gera is a professor of management at Jain University, Bangalore. He has academic research and institutional development experience of over 21 years with leading B schools like IMT Ghaziabad, Ford School of Management, and BIMTech, and several national universities. Uh, he has also been visiting several IITs and overseas institutions as a guest faculty. He is a PhD in management from University School of Management Studies, and he has over 45 international and national index journal publications. He is the author of 2 books. He has several academic cases authored by him, and they have been published by Richard Ivey Business School, and they are available at the Harvard Business School Publishing online set of cases and London Business School UK. He is a visiting faculty for the Center of Marketing, Asian Minor Studies in universities in Netherlands. He has industry experience of several years with leading public and private sector companies. And some of his achievements have gotten him the nomination as Associate Fellow, Euromed Academy of Business and Euromed Research Institute, Greece. He has also been instrumental in publishing a large number of research papers and is on the editorial boards of several national and international journals. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Gera. We will share your slides and let us have a very engaging session.
Thank you, Dr. Vandana, and I would like to first express my gratitude to MIT Business School and management, Dr. Bansal and Dr. Vinder Shukla for giving me this opportunity. So, and your team, I'm sure they've been doing a very good work and big job. And I would also like to thank the previous speaker for setting the tone. I think the number of participants is also now significant from when we started. So if you can share the screen, we can take off from where Dr. Girija left us and continue in the same mode. And though she has also covered some of the steps initially preliminary, so I will just go on. And if by the time we can try to answer one of the questions that was asked by the audience, that is it a story? What is the difference between a story and a case study?
I hope the slides are visible now. Geeta, are they visible?
Yes, ma'am, they are visible. Yeah, it is the first
Dr. Gera,
slide
you
which
can
is
see the
visible.
slides?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible. So, sir, we can move on. I can just see the first slide on case writing, right? Yeah.
Dr. Gera, please unmute yourself.
I think his system has frozen or there is some internet connectivity issue.
Yeah, sorry, there was a connectivity issue, but yes. So the main difference is in the purpose of a case study. A case study is not something done for a literary purpose. A case study is taken up for trying to develop certain critical analytical skills in the audience. So when we write a case, we are trying to make it interesting by adopting the format of story, but the purpose is not to make it a story. The purpose is to provide certain or decision situation, not 100%, but to quite a large extent, feel the situation and get into the shoes of, like Dr. Girija said, to kind of face that situation, that unstructured situation, because there is a very big difference between the way we in the lecture method and the case method. And one of the main differences is that Lecture method is very, very prescriptive, very, very definite, like 1 + 1 = 2. A case method provides, if you see real life is not so simple. I mean, if you see in the real life, you can take even your personal decisions, whether to, if you are selecting a B school, is it so simple as 1 + 1 = 2? I would like the audience to be participative through chat or whatever and respond to my questions. So is it so simple in real life decision making? Is it like all the very, very well defined, all the criteria are set and everything is very, very cut?
I guess let's move forward with the session. Otherwise, we'll face some connectivity issues and all. So let's have the session and side by side. If there are questions and all, we will take the audience perspective as well.
Sir, are we audible to you?
Tech glitches are a part of our life, and as we move forward, every time we have speakers from out of town, sometimes these things do happen. And while Dr. Gera gets back on board, we will definitely make use of the opportunity and probably use the content that he has already shared with us. And his first slide is on the case method of teaching. We will just wait for another minute for him to get back. I think he is back. And Dr. Gera, I think please switch off your video and then the connectivity will be better.
Yeah,
that way.
Okay, yes, sir.
Yeah, just switch off your video and let's continue.
Thank you, Tenga. I'll do that. So actually, there is a difference between classroom seating. Yeah, sure. So there is a very big difference. You see, in real life, there is no real solutions, and most solutions have to be constructed from available data. So if you have to, let us say, take a decision which B school to study, or if you are research scholars, which topic to select for PhD thesis. So is it so simple as just, going collecting data and deciding the topic? I would like some response if it is possible from the audience. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just owning the chat. So if you can respond in chat, is it so simple, real life decision making? I'm not having any.
While the audience response, it is very clear. Decision making on all levels is very, very complex. So let's move forward.
Yes,
with
so it is not so simple, like we collect data and can. Yeah, so that's what case method is basically trying to do. It's trying to overcome some of the limitations of lecture method and trying to give a realistic scenario of decision making or analysis. And you will find that the idea behind the case is not find the solution, but to develop certain skills. So which skills you can develop through case method? Can anybody answer which are the skills you can develop by case method, by undertaking this method of pedagogy? What are the skills which you think you can develop through a case method? I think, is there any answers? I don't know. I cannot see any answers, but if there are, you can let me know. So the audience, I would like you to be participative, and we are not into a lecture. This is, I'm trying to deliver again through a case method. So my job is to make you participate, to have a discussion with you rather than just tell you what is case method. Correct. Decision making, very good. Indrajit. Anyone else? Anyone else? Yes, decision making skill, very good. So Indrajit, if we have to develop decision making skill, how can we use a case method? If I have to write a case method to develop decision making skill, how will I write a case or a case study to develop this skill? What kind of problem solving, decision making is very good. Indrajit is, I think, having some idea about it. So let's put it this way. We write a case study to develop certain analytical or skills which are based in Bloom's taxonomy and our higher order thinking skills. And we are not case we are using just as a tool. We are not, it's not the end that matters. It's not the solution or what the protagonist did or what happened to the company, that is immaterial. You know, many times in a case method decision, in a case discussion, the company may not be taking the right decisions. They may have made some blunders. So that is not the purpose of writing a case, but it is to create a context in which this thing can we can discuss and develop these skills. So we can go to the next slide, please. So that is my first takeaway for you, that don't write a case to find solutions or to describe a situation, but be very clear that the purpose of writing a case is to develop certain skills or certain abilities. It is not to, you know, find out, yeah, in some case we can use case study. I'm not saying that this is 100% thing. If I'm teaching finance or economics, I want to teach cash flow. So I can use a case method, you know, just for that purpose to develop this skill, how to do cash flow analysis. But the main purpose is not exactly, but is to develop higher order skills, higher order thinking skills. For example, I want to develop a company. Which method of should we use cash flow method, or should we use EPS method? Solution or a description of a situation or a research piece of research, or it is also, it may be partially factual, or it's not necessary that it should be factual. But yes, it should not be totally hypothetical. Then it has no value. And it should normally have a decision analytical solution. Reason that we write study to develop certain, to have certain learning outcomes. And if there is no different situation, then the learning outcome may be very difficult to achieve. So like I said, if I want to develop decision-making skills in an entrepreneur, so I will have to, I can use this as a method of developing these skills. So the next is in a case, what is the data? I mean, do we need to give all the data? Or do we need to give how much data to give, or how much information should be there? So yes, this is a very critical issue, because sometimes cases are not very useful because they don't have enough information or data. And the data can be both quality charts and all those things. In fact, in real life, a lot of information is qualitative. And so it should have both kind of information. And there should be enough.
Dr. Rajat, you are on mute now. Please unmute again. You are visible to us.
Rajat, yeah.
You are on mute now. You are visible to us, but on mute.
Ma'am, I think there is some technical problem with him. So I think he's...
Yeah, not to worry. He was talking about having ample number of stories or anecdotes in a case study, and they definitely help students develop a complete context, because at the end of the day, I think he's back again.
Yeah, he's able to speak now.
Yeah. I may face, I'm sorry, today it is a little bad out here, but I'm trying my best. So at the end of the day, so what we need is a case should be enough data to take a decision, to analyze a situation, to reach some conclusion, some decision. So if we give too much data, it will be very easy to reach a decision. If we give too little data, then it may not be possible to reach a decision. So should there be only one decision or one solution? If we are doing a case analysis, should we have only one option available, one optimum solution? Anybody would like to respond? Should there be only one optimum solution in a case, or should there be multiple options, multiple solutions, actually, multiple decisions which can be taken? Anyone would like to answer?
Krishna Saujanya
yes,
says
exactly.
Not one solution.
Yes, Krishna is very right. Correct. So if it is one solution, it is not a case. That means that it's simply a problem which has one solution. A case basically is somewhere where you can have multiple solutions. At least two feasible solutions is required, so that we can have a discussion. Otherwise, everybody will converge to that solution very fast. So we have to provide information so that there can be multiple feasible solutions. So that is another test of a good case, because a case which does not stimulate discussion is not interesting, and loses people stop losing interest, and it doesn't lead to. Should it have many stories or anecdotes? Yes, there is no harm in having stories or anecdotes, but we provide stories or anecdotes as a kind of opinion of the different, let's say I'm writing a case for an entrepreneur. So you can have venture capitalist opinion of the team members, the finance person, the HR person. So idea is to create a real life scenario. So we don't provide stories just for entertainment or to, make the case just, so that people can enjoy. Yes, it should be enjoyable, but that is not the main purpose. Ma'am, we can go to the next slide.
Dr. Gera, one
So
question.
I hope I've got some. Yeah.
They say
Yes,
that case study is all about contextual learning. So can you build that up in your discussion forward? Case studies, understanding or teaching through case studies is to facilitate contextual learning for students. So how does that work? The building up of the context.
Yeah, let me give an example. Let us say I want to teach in marketing, I want to teach pricing. Now, pricing in a startup, like some theories are same, but can we say that we can use the same method of pricing or with the solution? I mean, or let us say a company which is has a startup which is going for valuation. So do you think that we need to contextualize the solution? I mean, we need to contextualize the concept. Because actually what happens is, if you look at it, if we take out the context, then it's very simple. You just look, you have three methods of pricing. You have cost-based, you have competitor-based, and you have valuation-based. So whichever method is feasible, you can apply it. But if my objective is to get a better valuation, then the whole the situation changes. Then I have to find out what are the, in this context, which is the best price. So that is the point. If I'm able to bring some context and answer this question, that, pricing, the whole model will change as soon as the context changes. So the theory is same, the concepts are same, but if you apply it in a pharma company, if you apply it in a entrepreneurial situation, the whole the way the decision changes, the way it is, the evidence we are collecting also changes. So have I been able to bring
Yes.
out this point?
Perfect,
That how
perfect.
yes, right, ma'am. So this is very important, and that is why we use case method, because if we just say, okay, this is the different methods of pricing, but if you go to a different company, let's say you go to a retailer and he says, okay, tell me how I should price my products. Now you are totally lost, because you don't know, a retail business model is very different. The parameters are very different. How they measure value can be, there can be various ways to measure value. Whether it is on square feet basis, revenue per square feet, or ROI per square feet. So there can be various, or it can be even based on weight of the product, or there are n number of ways in which a retailer can measure value. So even if I say we will use value-based method, the whole, I mean, if we say we will use a method which has more value to the retailer, that whole concept changes. I have to first understand what is value to the retailer. So that is the whole idea of a case method. It is to bring out the intricacies of real life decision making. And business is not, every business is different. Even no two retailers are same. So even if I do 100 cases of retailing, I will still not be an expert in retail industry. And I'll have to do a lot of learning. So that is why if you talk to any of the CEOs or the people who are considered as legends, they always say that I learn. I have to. The first thing they do in any industry is they learn about the industry. So as a case writer, what should you do when you are writing a case? Do you need to learn about that industry? Do you need to learn about that business before you write the case? Anyone like to respond in the chat box? Do we need to learn about a business that we are going to write a case about, or about an industry? Should we know about that, the intricacies, the specific information about that industry? So if I'm writing a case on pricing in a retail or a pharma industry, should I know? Yes, Krishna, I'm saying that writing a case on any industry or company, should I have some knowledge about, you can say intrinsic knowledge, specific knowledge about that industry or the company, like what are the, how do they measure value, or what is the business model, how do they generate revenue? Do I need this kind of information before writing a case on any industry or company? Not necessarily, okay, but then then is there a need for any case study? Because if I want to teach pricing, if you are from marketing, if you are from another field, I can tell you, let you are from, yeah, in the process you may learn, but where, that is the whole idea. The idea is to make the process more efficient and faster. So you can consider a classroom as a laboratory where you are trying to, learn the process before you go to the industry. Is that clear, Mr. Krishna? Hello, Krishna Sojanya. Are you understanding that,
Yeah,
do I have
Krishna
to
would
go
be
and
on
learn in the
mute.
industry, or can I?
Krishna would be on mute.
Okay. No, you can answer in yes, I think, or no. Yeah.
Yes, he
Okay,
got
I
it.
think he's got it. So he's right. Yeah. So we have, you're right, we need to know the process, but is it more cheaper and more effective or efficient to learn the process in the classroom as a simulator? It's like, you want to fly a plane. So is it better to learn in a simulator or learn in a $1 million plane? Where would you like to first learn to fly? Or where would the risk be less? Where would the learning be better before you? So in fact, you can consider case method as a kind of simulator where, we try to create the learning before the person goes to the industry. So the person has some exposure to that industry and the way the industry works and what are the issues involved in that industry. Okay. So when we write a case, the first step, these are the different steps involved. The first is ideas. So when we write a case, how do we get ideas, or what should be the source of our ideas? Or what ideas should we look for in writing a case? How do you generate ideas? Anybody would like to answer this in the audience? How can you generate ideas for case writing? Can, ideas can be from, let us say recently Paytm came with a IPO. Now, this could be an interesting idea for an entrepreneur case study. Why would that be interesting idea? Paytm had an IPO and the value is now almost half at from the time of valuation. So do you think this would be a good idea to write a case? Okay, so normally we should, the first step is to come out with an idea to write a case, reason being that, okay, yes, it is a good idea. Why is it a good idea? Can you give any one or two reasons? Why would be a good idea? Why would it be a good idea to write a case on Paytm's IPO? Anyone would like to answer? Anyone? Okay, you see, ideas can be from the media, they can be from the companies, they can be from your own experience, even your students when they do, when they go for internships or when you go for any kind of assignments, you do some training programs, you can get ideas. So ideas are there everywhere, you can get ideas from various sources. Exactly. So Krishna has hit the nail on the head. Yeah, there is a controversy whether the IPO was done properly.
Professor Gera, you are muted again.
Okay. So
muted
there,
again.
yeah. Sorry. Am I audible now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So there's one is yes, IPOs are floated, but no one knows nitty-gritty. It's very good. Krishna, I think, is hitting the nail on the head again and again. So one source of ideas can be the current controversies in the media. So you can go through that, or you can go through You can talk to company people, many of them, they will be facing issues. Now you have to select which ideas you want to pursue. But normally an idea which you pursue there should be 2 or 3 criteria. One is it should be something which is having some where you can apply some theory, because without applying theory, without having a theoretical basis, and you write a case, that may not be of much value. So what kind of theory we can apply in the IPO case? I think Krishna would be able to answer. What kind of theories we can apply, use? I mean, if I want to use this idea of Paytm IPO, what kind of theories I can try to take up? Is there any theories we can use in this in this idea? Can we teach valuation? What is a unicorn? Correct. Very good. So one concept we can take up is what is a unicorn and how do we value unicorn? Yes, what is entrepreneurship and why IPO is important for entrepreneurship. So you see, there are many such concepts we can teach through this case method. So what is important is what we are trying to teach. Yes, how do investors invest? Excellent. So I think Krishna is going great guns today. And why does a company need IPO? Very good. So this is exactly, I think Krishna can make a very good case writer. So these are the questions which we need to, we can identify, which we can answer through theory. So I hope you're getting the process that we have to follow. You see, we need to first select a situation, a context, something which is there, which would be of interest, which has some controversy, which is relevant in the current scenario, and where there are multiple ways. There is no one solution, or there is no one perspective. And then we have to ask what are the questions we can answer through this.
There is a response from Indrajit also.
Okay.
Unique and new.
Yes, unique problem, and yes, very good. So you see, Indrajit and Krishna are trying. So I think Krishna has taken it next step, that what are the questions which we can answer from this case study. So framing questions is a very key part of writing a case, and also case discussion, because case is not about solution. It is asking the right questions. So if we can identify what are the questions and we can answer through this case method, we would have a very good basis for writing this case. Okay, so the next thing would be a case concept document, which I think we have already, we can go to the next slide if possible. So when we try to frame the questions which we can answer through this, so we can then find, this is where you can find ideas, it can be a story, it can be so then we go to the case concept document. So here we can, we can find out that what are the learning objectives, who are the protagonists. Protagonist is normally a case should have a protagonist. Why a case should have a protagonist? Why a case should have a protagonist? Anybody can answer. A protagonist is the the person who has to, from whose shoes are we would be wearing, or who's the person who has to take the decision. You see, a protagonist is very important, because let's say in this Paytm IPO, if the protagonist is Vijay Sharma, who's the promoter, then will his perspective be different? Will our perspective be different? Or if a protagonist is an investor, will our perspective be the same as Vijay Sharma, or it will be different? Yeah, Shubham says, in order to get deep inside. But depending on the protagonist, will our perspective be different, or will it be same? Will an investor, let's say institutional investor or a retail investor, or the promoter or the investment bank which came out with the IPO, will they have the same perspectives? No. Excellent. So you see, the point is, by identifying, when we write a case from a point of view of protagonist, we can, we know what are the context of the protagonist. Yeah, their thoughts will be different, their context will be different. So investment bankers have made a lot of money in this IPO. They may have a different perspective on this, why the IPO has gone down, gone south. And you see, Mr. Vijay Sharma has a different perspective. So if you are an advisor to Mr. Vijay Sharma, what would you advise him? So depending on whose shoes you are wearing, or whose lens, with whose chashma, or with whose viewpoint you are taking. So that is why we need to have a protagonist, because if we don't have a protagonist, then we cannot narrow down. We cannot have a discussion, a fruitful learning. So critical thinking is required, analysis is required, but then we need to have someone who's a decision maker. And what are the limitations of that person? Why that person took those decisions? What are the information available to that person? What are the motives and objectives of that person? So these are things which guide, decision making. So decision making is not only about collecting data; it's also about the intangible part, the emotions, the situation a person is in, and all those things. So that is why I think that also answers the question why context is important. You see, if I were Mr. Vijay Sharma, if tomorrow I am a venture capitalist, so then I may have a different perspective. You see, when you are writing, Shubham has asked a question that if you are writing a case on a group of handicraft artisans, you see, there is an issue here that when you try to publish the case, writing a case may not be an issue, but when you publish the case, the publisher will like some, write-off that there have no objection. Otherwise, tomorrow they may face certain patent infringement issues, copyright issues, or other kind of trade secret issues. So there could be legal issues. So writing a case may not require permission, but publishing a case may require permission, because then there could be certain legal issues involved. Have I answered this question? Shubham, have I been able to answer? Okay, then how do we overcome that? Yes, very good question, which I think even Dr. earlier speaker tried to answer. See, normally one way is to mask the data. Sometimes companies don't mind, but they are sensitive to certain data. So sometimes data can be masked, like their income statement, their financials, or their certain, sensitive information. We can mask that, and we can even, we have recorded an audio. That's okay, but you can't publish it. Yeah, you can't publish it without their permission. The issue is not of collecting the data. The issue is using the data in public domain. That you have to get their write-off. It is because otherwise there could be, even you can be sued. If you use that information without their permission, you can be sued. So it is better to take permission, because otherwise there can be problems. And or you can even take permission for a masked case where the data is, not the same. Like if I am doing ratio analysis, the ratios may be same, but the data may be different. So, okay. So yeah, they may be illiterate. That's okay. But they can go, some lawyers are always there to educate them. And yeah, unmuting, you have to ask Dr. Vandana. I'm not controlling the sound of the audience. Okay, so you say,
Mobin, Krishna has some questions. Can you unmute him?
Me? Okay, let me see.
Mobin.
Okay.
He's our IT expert. Mobin, please unmute Krishna.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Vandana, ma'am, thank you.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Sir, it's an interesting session. So I just have few questions to ask.
Please go ahead.
I actually teach marketing and entrepreneurship, sir, and I work with a couple of entrepreneurs also. So I have noticed that, nowadays there are some organizations and entities like, just now Shubham sir has asked about, handicraft artisans. There are organizations which actually promote the handicraft people. And also they bring about, products which are of different kinds. So if I want to write a case study on such an organization, will it be a good thing? Like, actually, I have spoken to entrepreneurs and I have written a couple of cases about entrepreneurs, but about such organizations, can we write?
Yeah, there is no harm in writing, but the question you need to ask is number one, is it a good idea? Like, is it going to be of interest to the audience? Let us say you are using, does your audience work in this sector? Does your audience like to, for example, if you see in Harvard and Ivy, there are a lot of cases on technology companies. That is because their audience, they are mostly people who work in that sector.
Yes, sir.
Or, so you have to ask yourself that question, because the audience, when if you send it for publishing, they will, Ivy will try to see whether it is of relevance to the international audience. And so that is one issue. Second, they would like to see whether it has any it has any, theoretical learning or critical, does it add value in any way? For example, if it is not having any unique, context or unique problem or unique analytical approach, or some new theoretical model has to be developed. So those are things they would be looking at, the innovativeness of the case. Because, if you are just going to apply the same models and the same theories without any innovation, so that may not be of much value. So what is the new, what is, if you are looking at a case, let us say, of social entrepreneurship, so are you looking at some new financing model? Are you looking at some new profitability model? Are you looking at some new technology model? Those are things which they are looking at, because, just writing a case is not the issue. Case is, as I said, case is not, the product is not the case. The product is the discussion it will produce, the learning it will produce. And that learning can only come if the participants are motivated, it is relevant to the participants, and it triggers some new, application of theory, some new, worldview, some new perspectives, some new something which is, something where, which will develop some new skills for the audience. So that's a question you need to ask.
Yes, sir. So actually, when we teach entrepreneurship training, like we have it in UG and MBA syllabuses and PGDM syllabus also, there are like, certain concepts like what are the objectives of entrepreneurial training, how are institutes like EDIA and NISBUT doing the training and aspects like that. So there is a, like, on LinkedIn, I have seen that there is a particular platform called Mitti Ke Rang. So this particular company tries to help the local entrepreneurs of various rural villages, especially women. So so can we build up a case saying that this is how networking is done, or
you can build up a case, but what questions you will ask? What are the questions you want to be answered, which will be of interest to the international audience, or to even national audience?
Okay, sir.
Like, is there business model? You first ask those questions. Yes. So that is the whole key, If you ask the right questions, and you will be able to write a good case. If you don't ask the right questions, you will not be able to create a very interesting case.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
So, so that is the whole key of a case. It is not the answer, but the questions. And if you see any, case like Harvard, there are now videos, some available. I was trying to share here, but some problems are there. But you will see that they only ask questions. What is important is, are we asking the right question? And answers are very contextual. Answers may vary over. They may not be the same. They may depend on the resources available. They may depend on the environment in which the decision is being taken. So answers can change, but what is important is what questions we are trying to answer. I hope I have been able to answer your questions, Krishna. So that is the first thing. We need to be very clear about what questions we are trying to answer. And that those questions we have to link with the theory, because, in fact, sometimes we can ask questions from the theoretical point of view, like, if, like I said, what is their cash flow model? Is their cash flow model sustainable? So that would be an interesting question, because, social enterprises face this problem of cash flow and financing. And so how do they, how can you have an enterprise which is both commercial and social? And which is more important, the commercial side or the social side? So these are some of the issues which, if you can address and you can link it with some theory, that would become an interesting discussion for the class. Because the class is to develop the critical thinking skills, not the solutions. And they have to support their answer. They have to have evidence. So then next question is, once we have the questions, we know what are the theories which we are trying to apply. Then what is next? Next is the data. Does it have enough data to develop, to have a discussion? So if we have too little data, it will become very vague and abstract, and people will just, protagonist, I think I have taken up, learning objectives I have taken up, that what are the too many learning objectives will be, the case will become very, very huge and diffuse, and focus will lose focus. So better to have 2 to 3 learning objectives. And these learning objectives we can take from Bloom taxonomy, like what critical thinking skills or what cognitive skills we are trying to develop. We can go to the next slide, ma'am. I hope anybody has any question at any point you can ask. Protagonist, I discussed that we need a protagonist because without a protagonist, we don't know. The discussion may not happen because one may become Vijay Sharma and one may become investor. So then we don't have a discussion, but we may have arguments. So unless we know who's the protagonist and from whose point of view this case is to be written, we cannot have that, focus. And then we have a narrative. So narrative is basically about how, you present the information in the case. It can be through the stories, which we already discussed. Story we write because it becomes interesting. The difference between a research paper is that a research paper has to follow a certain systematic process, whereas a story, you can have various ways of narratives. You can have first person narrative. You can have, you can narrate it as a crime thriller. You can narrate it as, you can make this as a crime story. Who has done it? Who was responsible for this issue? So you can have various formats in which of storytelling. You can, make the story interesting, and you need to hook the audience. So, unless people, when you start seeing a movie, what happens? You are within the first 2-3 minutes, if you are not hooked, you don't get interested, then you're likely to see something else. So we need to hook the audience. The audience needs to see, oh, what is, something which is so intriguing that needs to be solved. You need to get people involved in the decision, in the issue. So that is why, then the narrative become important. So we need to, a narrative is more like, what is the, we can have a narrative which is more like thematically, or it can be written in a timeline that on so-and-so date this happened, then so-and-so date this is what happened next. And we need to also bring out the personal, things like what are the pressures being faced, what are the assumptions, what is the personality of the protagonist, maybe his family we can bring in that, that could be relevant, that family pressure, or what family does he belong to, his education, his background, and what is his attitude, his personality. These could be very relevant in, understanding the decision-making context. Because you see, decision-making is not only collecting data, and like I said, it is all about a lot of intangible things which influence decision-making. So if we are talking about a company, the industry context, the government context, the various, so you have to see which are the what contextual factors are relevant to this decision, and what are the contextual factors which are likely to affect these decisions. So yes, that is again a very fine balancing act you have to do, because if you make it highly, you put too much information, then there is not much left to discuss. People will just analyze and synthesize. You see, that is how decision making happens. You break down a problem, then you collect data and break it down, and then you synthesize. You try to make sense out of it. And that is what a case method is trying to do. Provide enough data which can be, we can break down the data into components, and then we can apply certain method of integrating that information. Whether that information is qualitative or quantitative, or opinion based or whatever. So we are trying to make sense out of the data which we have, and that requires higher order thinking, critical thinking, questioning assumptions, evidence, what is not evidence, risk taking, what risks are acceptable, what risk we can take. So these are some of the things which go on in any decision making. So if we provide this information, the case becomes more realistic, more pertinent. So which information to provide, how much information to provide is a very critical issue, which a case writer has to take into account. And that is why sometimes cases need to be tested with an audience to see that, I may have written a case which I think very interesting, but audience may find very, some of the things are not useful, or some information is not available, which is very important. For example, how cash flow was calculated, and what are the information used to calculate the, was it DCF method, or was it some other method, EBIDT method or EPS method? What method of valuation was used, and why, how they reached this figure, and what is your analysis? What should have been the IPO price? So these are things which, help to make the case more realistic and more pertinent. So we can go on. So narrative means what information we are presenting, how we are presenting, And yes, we have to have a decision point. You know, in the case, we have to give certain task to the audience that this is what you have to do. If you don't give any task, then they will just discuss and they will have to each know, they will not take any position. They will not have any stake in the decision. Yeah, so obviously the stake is not very high because here it's a simulator. We are not asking you to fly a plane and you can, you know, make, but we are trying to build your skills to how to fly the plane. So what we need to do is we need to come out with certain decision point that these are the options which are considered. Now let us say in IPO, what could be a decision point in this case? If you are writing a case on current scenario, current situation, what could be the decision point? Would anybody like to respond? What could be a decision point if we are writing this case on by Paytm IPO, which we took as a case study for our class today? Is there any decision points here? As an investor, what could be the decision point? As a promoter, what could be the decision points? Anybody would like to add on? Anyone? Krishna would like to do it. So as an investor, what decision points what decisions does the investor face at this point of time? Correct. As a promoter, it may be whether to go for another round of funding or IPO, you know, whether IPO is the right way to get financed or whether funding is the right way. That could be a decision point. So you need to ask your, you know, audience they have to take a decision. They have to come out with some, you know, action. So a case without action becomes more of a, you know, kind of tea time discussion. Because if you are not forcing people to take decisions, then their learning is very less. Yeah, as an investor, like whether to exit or to continue or to invest more. So you may have three options as an investor. Yes, how long it might take. So this is part of the questions which need to be answered, that how long it might take to come out of debt. But then how do you finance yourself? How do you survive in this situation? Or what is the best exit strategy, or what is the best exit price? So you need to identify certain decisions to be taken, because without decision making, there is no action, there is no commitment, there is no learning. So I hope I have covered the main parts of a case. From next, we can go to the next one, ma'am. So this is what, again, we are trying to summarize that what are the major questions and what is the real life decision making scenario or process which we are trying to recreate in the class, and how to make the case more interesting and relevant, how to make it into some kind of a thriller, because a research article which is too factual, too systematic is not, audience would not like to, it's not very interesting. So the format has to be a kind of a thriller which has a hook, that you can write that, an investor was there, Mr. Gupta, and he has facing a lot of problems. He's still in education, he has to finance and all, and he had invested 5 lakh rupees and now the value is 2.5 lakh. So what should he do? So that becomes a kind of something people can identify with. There would be many such people who would be facing such situations where you made a bad investment decision and now you don't know what to do, how to get out of it. So this is a kind of hook you need to put in so that people get hooked to your case. And that is why, like Dr. Girija said, that some cases they are lingering for 30 years, 40 years, and they are still bestsellers because they have that hook. That problem is still there, people don't know what is the right solution, and they face the same situations again and again. So we can go ahead, ma'am, to the next slide. So before writing a case, before writing a case, these are some of the questions we already took up, that what are the theories or concepts we want to teach, or what is the purpose of writing this case, what are we trying to learn, and what are the hooks, what are the situations which will get the audience involved, what are the does it have enough contextual nuance? I already told you. If the case doesn't have any such like, let's say we are writing a case on the handicraft industry, we can put the personal stories of the handicrafts into the case to make it more contextual, because a handicraft like a board or a handicraft cooperative is more run by the members, and the members are people like you and me, and they are facing hardships. So unless you bring those nuances, a handicraft board is not like a multinational company with enough funds and with enough board members running it and corporate and all that. Okay, so a handicraft company has its own unique nuances. That makes the case more interesting and relevant. And so that is another thing. And obviously, how will the students react? If the students don't find it challenging, then they will start, it will become, the purpose will be defeated. So they should connect with it, they should engage with it, because the purpose of a case to have is to have a discussion. If the students don't engage, then the whole purpose is defeated. And it should also, be interesting and useful as a teaching tool. So these are some of the things you need to take up before writing a case. So writing a case is not just collecting data, collecting information, but trying to recreate a decision situation. So these are the three parts of a case I'm just going to cover up. We have already covered many of these things. The opening paragraph. So normally the first part of the case is what, who, why, where, when. I mean, this is the standard. So who's the protagonist? What was the problem? Why we are writing? Who is the person? We can give a little personal information of the context. We can say why this decision is very important. Like an investor, you can say he wants to send his children to, abroad for education, but this problem is how does he, the money is already stuck in a bad decision. So what to do about it? Should he exit? Should he wait? Should he look for debt finance? So that way, this answers the question why this case is being discussed. What is the urgent issue being faced? And then the context is very important, because where is this happening? Is it happening in a company? Is it happening in somebody's, is it in a shop floor? Is it in the boardroom? So the context, where is this decision being taken? Where is it being discussed, and when? So timing is important, because let's say the investor, if he has to take the decision after 2 months, it would be, the scenario may change. So that could be, so when the decision has to be taken. Should it be taken within next 10 days or 20 days or within a certain timeline? So these are things which you need to outline in the opening paragraph. And this is what is again a hook, because if your opening paragraph is interesting, like I said, any story, if the opening is very interesting, then you're likely to watch the whole movie. But if the opening is not interesting, then you may, exit from the movie. Same as with that case. To hook the audience, the opening should be very, very kind of, something which can touch them, something which, they can feel. That is what makes an opening very relevant. We can go to the next slide, ma'am. So normally the cases are written in a past tense. All the information is about what has happened. So they should be written in past tense, and there should be a problem which can be used to concept or theory, which we discussed, a problem or a decision. And we already discussed opening paragraph. So I'm just trying to cover it up, that what is the role, who's the protagonist, who's the key decision maker, what is the nature of the problem, when did the problem take place, when the decision has to be taken, where that took place, which was the organization or which was the industry, or when it happened, and why this problem has taken place. These are things which help to set the tone for the case. And the next part is we'll go to the next part, please. Yeah, you need to establish the teaching objectives also before we write a case. That is, and we may need to revise the paragraph, because if my teaching objective is to teach that how to value an IPO of a startup, then have I set those questions? Have they been, in the opening paragraph, is it being addressed, that this issue? So if the opening paragraph should try to also be, it should align with the learning objectives. So what is the purpose of this case? These cases can be used for many purposes. Cases can be used to teach a concept. Cases can be used to, bring out certain nuances of an industry. Cases can be, just to develop critical thinking or team building, or even sometimes cases are used for behavioral purpose. Like I want to make people feel that what are the, how the emotions of an investor. So you can write case with many purpose, and also within the class. So the next part is the body of the case, and which I already told you, which is the general background, the environment, company background, the details of the issue. So whatever contextual information and nuances we need to present, which will make the case interesting and relevant. Because the whole idea is we are trying to bring in the real scenario. We are trying to make it realistic and not something which is superficial. And how the story is told is very important, because more important than what is the story, it is how it is told. Like if you give Agatha Christie to write a case study, she will make it a thriller. And if you write O. Henry to make a case study, write a case study, he will make it into a everyday kind of slice of life kind of situation. So how different what kind of skills you are using to write the case, and it is important that you don't take any side. You don't take the side of the protagonist or the investor. For example, in Paytm, you may present the viewpoint of all the persons, like why this valuation was done, what is the viewpoint of the promoter, what is the viewpoint of the different brokers, what are their viewpoints. You can present different viewpoints, but never take any viewpoint. Never try to present some kind of take sides. Be neutral in as much as possible, because your purpose is not to give the solution. Your purpose is just to recreate that situation that is being faced and make it as authentic as possible. And normally there is one major issue, but yes, you can have two or three related issues which you can take up. And you can also engage the reader by using quotations from interviews or stakeholders of the case. So we can go to the next slide, please. And yes, third part of a case is the conclusion paragraph. That is a short synthesis, a summary of whatever you have given. Again, you have to be simple, clear. Readability is very important. The information should not be contradictory. You have to present various perspectives, various viewpoints, but never take any side, never be biased in the case. Many times case writers have a bias either towards, for example, in Paytm case, you may have a bias towards the investor or towards the investment bankers, and also that should not be there. And don't provide any analysis. Don't say, statement like, had Paytm done some more research, they could have come out with better IPO. These kind of statements should be avoided. And let students decide, let the audience decide which argument has merit and which argument, what are the relevant facts. Our job is only as a story writer to present the context. And yes, you can, try to highlight some points or downplay certain point, but try to be as factual as possible and as realistic, authentic. Don't try to, yeah, sometimes we may make the case little, hypothetical, certain things just to make it interesting, but don't deviate from the facts. Like it should not be like the balance sheet is totally hypothetical, or the cash flow which we are presenting, or the statistics of the industry are totally hypothetical. That should not be there. So we can move to the next part. So this is about the structure of the case. What is a good case? I already said it should have enough information for discussion. It should not provide any diagnosis or prognosis. It should have a challenging, analytical approach or a decision making. It should provoke. It should be provocative. It should make students think beyond. It should make students think more than what they know right now. And it should have both analysis and synthesis. That is very important, because if we don't provide, if they are not able to do synthesis, then there is no action. Synthesis means, let's say in this IPO case, first there has to be analysis. Like you can do a financial analysis, you can do industry analysis, but end of the day, you have to synthesize that. Whatever analysis you have to done, it should lead to some action. And a good case often involves implementation issues also, like how do you, so decision making can be followed by certain problems in implementation, that how to, implement it. Like if I have to exit, how do I exit? Which is the best way? Is it broker? Is it, what is the best way to, or the timing of exit and all? So we can move ahead, ma'am. So this is about collecting data. Before we collect data, there should be a pre-interview research. As I said, we must know the industry before we go and collect data. So if I am writing a case on Paytm, I should know about the IPO process, the IPO industry. I may meet some brokers, because otherwise, if I go without this information, I will not be able to ask the right questions from that. So if I go and ask, people in Paytm or the certain investment bankers about it. So if I don't know how this industry works, what are the nuances of the industry, then I may ask the wrong questions. So there is an example of a case of FedEx where, the company was deciding whether to introduce letters as parcels and how to price it. So when they went and they found that in an airline, when they carry the parcel, what is more important is not the volume, but the weightage, that is the weight of the package. And so pricing, a letter you can price higher than on a weightage basis because it takes much less volume. So this was a very insight which helped to develop a case on the pricing, that what is more important in a courier company or a logistics company which is transporting by air. Is it the volume of the package or the weight of the package? And what is a bigger cost? So similarly, if we, as I told you in a retailing, what is more important? Is it shelf space? Is it the cost of the of the floor cost per square feet? What is more critical variable for that particular business? So these are things which help to ask the right questions, and then we can make the case more realistic, authentic. And the outline should show the structure of the case, opening, narrative, background. These are some of the points, and then the conclusion and decision point. So these are how we should prepare, and we should be ready with our questions. Because when we go to industry and if we don't know what to ask, then we will be wasting everybody's time. We can move ahead, ma'am. So research is important, preparedness is very important. Having insight into the industry is a very critical skill required to write a case. We can move ahead. Yeah, before, so, and obviously important thing is we must give referencing, whatever collected images, exhibits, we must do proper citation, referencing, and endnotes, footnotes. When we are writing the case, we should be, because if you write a case from secondary data, obviously you need at least 25 references. But these are gaps. Where is the source of the information? Sometimes you may cite, somebody, say Vijay Sharma said so and so. What is the source? Was it your tape recording? Was it your interview with him? Was it a secondary source? What is the source? Is it genuine? These are things which become important when the case is evaluated. And all these content should be of publishable quality. We can move next to the next slide. So we are out of time, but I have a little more. I mean, if you want, we have covered the structure of the case. We have understood how to write a case. What are the important steps?
Dr. Gera, this is a very engaging session. It would be great if you could spend another 10 minutes with us.
Okay, fine. So,
yeah, very participative, very engaging. So very interesting. If you could just
okay.
spare 10
So
minutes.
okay, fine. I'll do that. So, so as I told you, research is very important. Knowing the industry, the nuances, the specifics of that industry, and how the industry works or how that company works. And what is important is also that questions which we ask in the interview should be something which is not necessarily in public domain. So we don't want to just repeat what is already available. So we need to know what is in public domain about the company. Just going and asking what is already in public domain again is a waste of time. And company may feel that you are not prepared enough for this. And I know, like once when I wrote this case study, which was published in the London Business School competition, and they won the prize. So I was writing this case with Quattro. So the person who was with whom I was interacting, he was Vice President HR, and we met over a cup of coffee. And I asked him, look, these are the different sales models which are already there in HBR and all. So which sales model do you think I should use for writing the case study? So he was very impressed because he saw that, look, I've come out with certain options of how I should write this case study, and which, because Quattro was a third or fourth generation, it is founded by the father of Indian BPO, and they are a very innovative company. And they had developed a very innovative sales model for US and Europe. And but they were introducing a new product and they wanted to see which sales model they should adopt. And it was a kind of long tail product. So that was a challenge that was fitting into the existing. So I studied some articles through HBR and I looked through some research papers and I came out with certain options that these are the models which we can use to, write the case study. So he was very impressed and he said, share this readings with me, because you say it's give and take. If you can add value to them, they would also like to, collaborate with you in the future also. So that is another way you can add value to the company, by giving them more insights or more theoretical constructs or models, or sharing some published information with them. And obviously, whatever information you are gathering should be relevant. And some of the strategic questions should be, faced. You should, because you see, if the case is really relevant to the protagonist or the persons in the industry, in the company, if they are really facing those problems, then you will find it is also mostly interesting to the audience also. So, because the audience is some people, like if they are in training program, they are already from that industry. Or if they are people who are in an MBA class, they may have already worked for 2 years in some of these companies. So that's why when you write a case, and if it is authentic, it is likely to be interesting to the audience also. So we can move ahead to the next slide. Okay, so I already said case structure. We can skip this. I'm just summarizing it again. We can move ahead, I think, on this. Some guidelines is that title should clarify what is special about this case, what is the decision. Like I said, many movies fail because the title is not very indicative. Like I've heard some movies, they fail, and if you change the title, the movie becomes interesting. So title should be something which sells the case, which gives you hooks. You can call it a hook, and it should mainly it should face the name of the company, so that they know, the audience knows what to expect. And within the first paragraph, we should identify the protagonist. We should present the viewpoint of the protagonist, the decision point, the major players involved in the decision or affected by the decision, and the context. So the time frame, location, purpose. I mean, what I'm saying is relevant information to the decision or the context has to be very specific. And that is again a challenge, because it is up to you what context is required to make it an authentic case. We can move ahead. So these is the next part, should be 3 to 7 pages. Normally nowadays cases are beyond 10 to 12 pages are not accepted. Research shows that cases of 20-30 pages are they don't sell well. So from an economic point of view, many times there are word limits imposed, and so you have to structure in advance how many pages you will write the introduction or the first part, how many pages you will write on the background. That has to be decided in advance. And so we can move ahead. What I'm saying is you need to structure it before you write. What are the business issues, challenges which you are taking up? We have to move ahead. I think we covered some of these points already. So if we could have gone in depth, but and information for analysis. Like I said, that a case has to facilitate analysis and synthesis. So if I don't give information on cash flow analysis, if I don't give information on EBIDT or PE analysis for this Paytm case, then it will become more of a opinion-based discussion rather than fact-based. So what is the information required? Which financial or competitor or industry or the broker, the investment bankers, how they work, and the marketing, how it is done. So if this information is not there, so some of the questions we may not be able to tackle, which we want to answer in the case. We can move ahead. Actually, I could have gone in depth, but I'm just covering it. So we can move ahead. So information, we students should be looking at problem from a systematic perspective. And so you have to, again, I said, you have to look into the consequences of the decision, challenges. So sometimes it is better also to identify what are the consequences for different
Dr. Gera,
parties involved.
I have
Yes.
a request here. At
Yes.
Amity, we encourage a lot of our students to write cases. So
Yes, ma'am.
what I want from you is, will it be possible for you to actually showcase to the students the tangible and intangible benefits of getting involved in case study writing? Because see, not only does it enhance their critical thinking, it
Yes.
also analyzes, enhances their communication and analytical skills as well. So why should
Yes.
students write cases? So if you could just shed a little light on that.
Yeah, you see, students again, they can write cases because that will give them more, for example, when we discuss a case, it has a limited information. But if a student writes a case, he may collect much more information and he may learn much more about an industry or a company than through case analysis also. So like I collect 100, data points, but I may use only 10 or 20 in the case study. So a case writer doesn't put all the information. So he collects a lot of information, does a lot of research, but then he has to narrow down. He has to say, you can't put everything. And all the information which is only relevant to a particular decision, it is put into a case.
And
So students,
specifically
yeah.
adding their knowledge with regard to industry verticals, because
Yes.
when students are preparing for their placements, so
Yes.
case study writing, how does it enhance their knowledge about specific industry verticals? If you could shed a little light on that. Because
Yeah,
every
that's what I am saying, that if a students, like, let us say they write a case on Paytm. Now tomorrow, if they are being hired by an investment banker or maybe a broker, so they will have much more knowledge even than the investment banker, because they would have covered much more aspects of this case study, like how, let us say, how the valuation was done for earlier IPOs for Nika, how it was done in US and European companies, and why this valuation was so high, why there was so much controversy, difference of opinion. Now these are things which, though high level of research is done by investment bankers, but they do it only from a technical or financial perspective. They don't look at many other aspects which are being faced, or what are the. So when, like I have seen sometimes many of in IMT, the students, when they used to go for interview, sometimes they could share, because in industry people are practitioners, don't read much. In fact, you can go and ask them, they don't have time to read, they don't have time to research. So students, and they are looking for people who know more than them, people who can give the latest insights, who can give the latest tools and techniques, like a students can show them, look, so that is the idea.
Gera, please repeat this, because we have a lot of MBA students also listening to you.
Yeah,
very well.
Yeah, it would give you a competitive advantage, because even if you don't publish the case, just doing research and writing a case and asking the right questions would make you an expert in that field. And many practitioners, they would not be able to face you in the interview actually. So I have seen this happening sometimes. If students go through a lot of this, and that is what makes Harvard students so unique. They do 700 or 800 case studies. And as an alumni also, they contribute a lot to writing cases. And that gives them a big edge in the market, because the kind of perspectives, the kind of questions they can ask, the kind of issues they can bring out are so unique that it's beyond.
Dr. Gera,
yeah,
very, very grateful to you today for not only an insightful but a very engaging and participative session, because today's session we not only had faculty members and research scholars, but we had a large number of MBA students also attending. And yes, very grateful for the way you put your thoughts forward, and you were also able to engage the audience beautifully. So very thankful for having accepted our invitation at such a short notice.
And a pleasure was mine, and I really enjoyed it. Thank you very much. Thanks
Thank you, Dr. Gera.
Thank you.
Dr. Geeta, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. It was a very, very insightful session. And now we have another session by Professor Jones Matthew, sir, who's already there on developing a teaching note. Mr. Mobin, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir has already joined. So Professor Matthew, sir, is already joined. Can you please make him the panelist?
Yes, ma'am. Sir has right.
Yeah.
Hello, good afternoon, Professor Geeta.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
Yeah, hello, sir.
Just want to know whether I can upload my PPT or how does it go?
Yes, sir, you can upload your PPT. If you want, I can also share, but you can also share it.
Okay, 1 second.
Yes, sir.
Can you see my slide?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is
All
it is
right.
visible. Just
Okay.
give me 1 minute, sir.
Sure.
So, a very good afternoon, everyone. Just as writing cases is important, so we cannot do it without developing a good and effective teaching note. A teaching note is an educational tool to help potential instructors gain insights into the case and achieve better usage of the case. So the case center statistics shows that while only 40% of the cases in its collection have a teaching note, 95% of the 50 best-selling cases have one. So they are useful tools for instructors adopting cases in their classes. And we are very grateful and privileged to have with us Professor Jones Matthew, sir, professor in the area of marketing and chairperson research rankings and accreditations, Great Lakes Institute of Management, Gurugram, with us for taking this very insightful session. Sir is a PhD from the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, New Delhi, and has 18 years of corporate work experience in Indian and multinational companies. Just to name a few, like HCL Limited, Mekon, Yonex, and Reebok. And his last held corporate position was that of the Vice President, Sales and Marketing at the Indo-US joint venture. In addition, Sir has 13 years of academic teaching experience as a professor in marketing. As a corporate trainer, Sir has conducted executive development programs and management development programs for many organizations like Hero MotoCorp, Nokia Siemens Networks, PhD CCI, IIFT, Women and Child Welfare Development Department, Government of Delhi, and Somani Ceramics, amongst many others. Sir has also authored many research articles in international journals and has published 14 case studies with Ivy Business Publishing, Canada, ECCH Europe, IMD Lausanne, Switzerland, and CII India. He is also the recipient of the 2016 ISB Ivy Global Case Competition Marketing Category Winner Award and the John Molson School of Business Canada's International Case Writing Competition 2022 Award. Sir is also on the advisory board and editorial boards of many academic journals, and he has also authored the Leadership Essentials, the practical workbook for success. He's also currently working on his second book titled The Sales Manager's Essentials, a practical workbook for success. His chief passion in life is teaching and encouraging students to have an open and inclusive mind. I request you to take this session on developing our teaching note further, sir, and we extend a very hearty, warm welcome to you on behalf of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh.
Thank you, Dr. Geeta, for your invitation to be part of this seminar workshop, and it's been a pleasure to always be associated with Amity. Thank you for the introduction. And without wasting much time, let's get into what the students and participants are here for, right? Writing the teaching note. Yes. But like I always say, to write a teaching note, we have to really understand why or what is the role of a case study in the first place, right? It's like writing a manual for a vehicle that you might be, manufacturing and selling. Unless you understand the mechanics of what the vehicle is supposed to do, writing a proper manual may not be possible, right? So we're going to take a look at, we're going to start with sort of expectations that you have. I want to know what your expectations are. We have about 55 minutes for this session. So I'll just have 2 or 3 minutes of few people telling us what your expectations are from this session, and then we will go into the workshop. So please feel free without jumbling up other people's conversations. If you can just share some very briefly, what exactly you want from this session. Anybody, you're welcome.
Yeah. So participants, you can please write your message in the chat box or Q&A section. And if you want to directly interact with sir, please raise your hand and we will unmute you. Okay, so Krishna is saying, ma'am, please unmute. Mobin sir, can you please unmute Ms. Krishna?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Krishna.
Sir, I'm Saujanya from Rajahmundry. I like to actually interact with the local entrepreneurs here. So I have been doing it for quite a long time. So generally, whenever I write a small case study about anything, this concept of teaching note kind of, it tricks me. Like actually, many times I heard the same thing, like what you said. First, you have to think about the objectives and then write the case study. So as it is very difficult for us to get an interview with an entrepreneur, number one. So when we are talking certain aspects with them, and in our discussions with them, and after we complete the discussion also, it becomes very difficult for us to collate all the data in proper structure and all that. So now how should we frame, say for example, I work with one organization which prepares porridges for children. So this is a rural entrepreneur. So before interviewing her, what is a preliminary study that I should be doing about the teaching note, or maybe some models? What should I be doing actually? Because in many workshops also where I participated, many times the entrepreneur themselves are not able to convey properly certain aspects, and it is difficult for also as the team members to retrieve information about various aspects.
Okay,
so
Saujanya.
Yes,
all right, I get your point. I get your question. All right, we'll talk about it in a minute.
Thank you, sir.
Very quickly, we will talk about this particular issue of yours a little later, but I've got your point. Anybody else would like to very briefly state?
Okay, so anyone else?
Okay, so if you do have questions, we will try to answer it, put it in the chat box, and we will try to take it up from there if we have time. All right. Otherwise, most of your queries will be, I'm hoping at least, when I thought about what I should talk about with you, with the participants today, I tried to keep the normal questions that are likely to pop up. So if you have an outlier kind of question, which nobody else has ever thought of, then probably we'll take it up separately. All right. But one of the biggest challenges in case study writing or case study teaching note writing is the fact that what are you going to write about? But that question needs to be answered with the case study itself, right? So, for example, what Saujanya just said, that many times before we go to meet these people, also they also don't have much idea what we're going to write about. We also don't have much idea. My advice is don't go with any preconceived notion. You're a marketing professor, you're an operation professor, you're a finance professor. You go with your existing knowledge about your subject area. Listen to the interview, the conversation. So normally when you write a case study, there's going to be a series of meetings, at least two, right? First is an introductory meeting, getting to know about the entire business and trying to uncover certain dilemmas, right? Case studies need to be dilemma centered. Otherwise, the students in the classroom will just be talking about some descriptive thing which has happened. But case studies are normally decisions, documents or decision situations, and managers at some point or the other, they are at a crossroads. They are deciding whether to go left or right or straight forward, and each of those is a strategic direction, right? So a case study is supposed to build that. You will not know exactly what are the pathways that are possible for the entrepreneur or for the manager till you actually have that introductory conversation. So don't worry too much about it. Have a range of broad questions related to the background of the company, the growth of the company, branding, positioning, and those sort of things from a marketing perspective. Many of them may not even be willing to share financial data. That's okay for the moment, right? And so you go with that initial look to try to understand what the entrepreneur is all about, the business is all about. And then you go back and try to find out how does this fit into any gap in my whatever subject that I'm teaching. Where is there a gap where I can use a case study, and does this entrepreneur have a story which can fit that gap? All right. So you don't write case studies because there is a story to be told. You write a case study because there is a story to be told which can fit into a particular course. All right. That is, I think, one of the major objectives. For example, when I teach a subject called services marketing, I found that one of my modules did not have any good quality cases. And my courses are always driven, maybe there will be about 7 to 10 case studies in a 30-hour session. So when I found that gap, then I started looking around for companies which may be able to solve that gap for me. So, don't worry too much about what will be my teaching note all about when I'm going to meet my entrepreneur for the first time? Because getting an interview is very difficult, we agree, but doesn't mean that you have to go with preconceived notions. Just go there with a blank slate, listen to them, then you come back and frame the questions. All right. So with that, let's just go forward. What is a case? Case is basically a description of actual events, circumstances at a certain point in time, 2018, 2022. It's at a cross section in time, which has a management dimension, suitable for study and analysis with a definite learning objective. When you start writing a case, if you have a story, then you start writing the case, and then you find out what are the objectives of that case, and that's going to be a key part of your teaching note. All right, we'll come to that in a minute. The main actor or actors might be at a crossroads having to make a decision. So as I said, there are decision dilemmas. Okay, there's some issue there. I don't know, for some reason. So what is a case teaching note? A case teaching note is basically, it has certain things or certain roles it must play. It guides other faculty members on suggested ways of dealing with the case as a pedagogical tool. So you are writing a case, you're the author, you know all the details, but you write the teaching note for other faculty members. So while you're writing it for other faculty members, you are also becoming sharper in what you want from this case. Every case must have an objective. And that objective of the case must come out in your teaching note. All right. Now, when we write cases are stories, right? They're narrations of events which have happened, dilemmas that managers or protagonists have faced, and so on. But there has to be a message, or there has to be some objective behind that story. That's what a case teaching note is useful for. And as Professor Geeta mentioned in the beginning, almost all good case repositories today require you to have a teaching note. It's basically helping other faculty members too. So think of yourself when you're writing a teaching note, that this document is meant to help other faculty members understand what you knew about the case and how you see the case. All right. It doesn't mean that other teaching members, faculty members have to use your teaching note. They don't have to, but it's a guideline for them, right? So that's your role when you're writing a teaching note. As you're aware, teaching notes are never given to students, right? It's meant for faculty members. Explains how the case author has understood the case dilemmas, because you are the one who had the interviews with the entrepreneur or with the manager in the company. Other faculty members are going to read it through you. They will come to know about the case problems, issues, etc. through you. That's the teaching note. That's your documentation of your interviews and your findings. It outlines the learning objectives of the case study. It schedules the teaching plan. So how do you split 75 minutes? I don't know. Different institutions have different class lengths, the length of the period. So some places have 75, others have 90, and so on and so forth. So how are you going to split the 90 minutes or 75 minutes according to the objectives that you want to deliver in the case, deliver through the case? It spells out which courses the case can be used in. Obviously, as I said in the beginning, you have to understand that where is your case going to be used, which particular course is going to be used. And so if you're a finance professor, generally it is not advisable to write in marketing. If you're a marketing professor, it may not be a great idea to write in HR, because every area has its own specialization and nuances. So it's always better to stay within your own subject area and create a reputation for writing in one particular area or two particular areas only. No need to write over 10, 15 areas and then have no name in any particular. So if you're a brand expert, write in the brand area. If you're a CSR expert, write in the CSR area, and so on. And choose cases in those areas. List the assignment questions. So every teaching note will have a series of questions normally, and I will show you a template which will tell you how to or how many to have. It offers a supplementary reading list. So the case study is one thing, but you're also aware that most programs, most business schools require the students to prepare the case study before they come to class. And those sessions would require a lot of preparation. For every case study that I normally demand from my students that they have to spend at least 3 hours as a group to prepare for the case. So there must be a supplementary reading list which the faculty can share with the students in advance. Normally the supplementary reading list is meant for the faculty, But if the faculty is, comfortable with the students reading a little more and preparing more, they can share the supplementary reading list also with the students. So when you're writing the supplementary reading list, you've got to keep in mind, what are the articles and where am I going to choose them from, which will help to clarify the objectives better. Okay. May discuss what happens next. There's some issue here. I don't know what's happening, but okay. Some case study teaching notes also talk about what happens next. As I said, maybe you've written a case in 2018 on a financial company or a marketing company. Many students want to know what happened after that, after the case got over. All right, the manager was at a crossroad. What action did he take? Right. So that is some case studies add that as a sort of closing the loop for the students. Right. The faculty may choose either to share it or not share it. That's a different thing. Now, the key role of analyzing case studies to provide a real world frame of reference. As we know, many students complain that there is too much of theoretical inputs. Management courses are one set of is one program where you can have a lot of application things, and case studies is one of the best methods of doing that. So when you're writing a teaching note, you've got to keep that in mind, that this is supposed to be an application of theory. So when you're writing a teaching note, you have to keep theoretical frameworks in mind. The case study can be narrative, it can be storytelling, but the teaching note has to be based on theory, right? Some concept, some framework, some model must be built into the questions. To learn to learn to reason well with available data. As Professor Gera was mentioning, case writers don't give all the data. And that is to simulate the real world. And what is the real world? That you never have enough information to make the perfect decision. Case studies are also designed, or teaching notes are also designed in that manner, that you do not share all the information that you might have collected, because that is left for the students to kind of get through. So how do case studies benefit students? It helps look at complex situations carefully. So when you're writing a teaching note, you have to ask those kind of questions which will help students, guide them towards understanding complex situations and analyze it properly. All right, so the faculty is supposed to facilitate that discussion. The faculty member is always a facilitator. Okay, it helps develop alternative solutions. Every problem will have multiple solutions, right? Maybe average, good, and great solutions. But if there are 10 groups in a class, all of them may come up with, in fact, it's good if they come up with alternative solutions. Then you can have a healthy debate. Normally, when you're writing a teaching note, it's also a good idea to keep in mind that the case discussion should normally begin with a small group discussion, what we call SGD, and then it becomes an LGD, large group discussion. So maybe the initial half an hour or so could be, group-wise, you have certain questions to discuss, and then it's brought out into the major classroom as a whole, where everybody discusses it and comes to the best solution. Now, remember also that case studies are normally not required to give the correct decision. The case method is not meant to arrive at the correct decision. It's more focused on the process of arriving at a decision. So that's what we are looking at here when we're writing a teaching note. Whatever you write in a teaching note, will it help the student to analyze different options? Are you encouraging them? Are you promoting them to think in different routes, different pathways, right? Because then they have to, it has to be a method of self-discovery, right? Instead of you telling them the answer or the case telling them the answer directly, the case and the teaching note must be designed in a way to help the students to find the solution on their own through back and forth discussions and debates. Helps assess pros and cons of a situation. So yeah, positives and negatives of a situation. That is part of the case study itself, right? Where you give both the negatives and the positives. Helps develop investigative and questioning skills. So your teaching note should also help the faculty member who's facilitating the discussion to help students ask investigative and questioning skills, questions. That's an important part of teaching notes as well. It helps learners to look at different complex situations which have this problem that there may be a lot of ambiguity, in the sense that everything may not be clear. And that's okay, because that's the real world. Everything is not clear. Even in this age of artificial intelligence, machine learning, analytics, etc., there are a lot of gray areas even today. And that is perfectly fine for students to experience that. In fact, case studies should never be straightforward. The more discussion and deliberations there are, as a faculty, as a teaching note writer, you've been more successful. That's the way I look at case studies. Okay, so 1 second. How do my PPT is giving me some problems. Okay, case studies offer simulated experiences, real or hypothetical business scenarios. When we write, for example, what Saujanya mentioned about interviewing the porridge entrepreneur, making meals for school children, that's a real situation. But you can also write case studies on hypothetical business scenarios. But today, most case repositories prefer real life situations rather than hypothetical. Right. For example, in Ivy school, where I published a couple of cases, few cases, they always give a preference for real life cases. So try not writing hypothetical cases, because that's really not going to be accepted very easily. All right. And nowadays, writing a business case study has become as tough as writing a journal article. There are so many times you have to review things and change things, so you have to pay a lot of attention to not only the case study, but also the teaching note. As much importance as is given to the case study itself, most editors are looking to give a lot more similar importance to the teaching note also. Sometimes the teaching note is longer than the case study itself. Case studies are supposed to be briefer nowadays, because students have a smaller attention span, maybe 5 to 8 pages, no more than that. But teaching notes can go up to 12, 13, 15 pages long, because that's a detailed instruction to the faculty member. Application of real life knowledge and knowledge received through other MBA courses. So in your teaching note, if you're teaching finance, can you bring in marketing elements? Can you bring in HR elements? Does it have any importance to the decision that the manager will make? And that's a very interesting aspect to look at it, because in management, nothing is in silos actually, right? If you're a marketing person, whatever decision you take will have consequences for other departments as well. So within the organization itself, other people may be connected to your organization, to your decision. So while you're writing a teaching note, it might be a good idea to just take a step back and think of how is this decision of, let's say, running a promotional campaign or cutting budgets from one department and putting it into one, how is it going to affect other departments? Those kind of teaching notes and case studies have a better acceptance, because globally it is understood and it is appreciated that management is not silo-based. It is deeply interconnected. So decisions taken in one department affects other parts. So if you can write a case study along with teaching note, which kind of integrates different aspects of management while you're focusing on marketing or finance, it's all the better for acceptance. And of course, case studies also teach you how to work in teams and team environments. So when you're writing a teaching note, do you have that perspective in your mind that some of this information or discussion will only come out in a team discussion, right? It should not be that just one person is solving the case on their own, right? Is it possible to get the team to be involved, right? So that's another way of looking at a teaching notes contribution. Leadership, team building, and communication skills. So most case studies have a presentation part. So when you're building a teaching note, it's always good to have elements which can be brought forth in communication or presentations, right? That's a small part, but can add value to a case study's usefulness in a classroom. Remember that it's always a challenge to engage students in the classroom. Even a case study can be boring if it is not written well, or if the teaching note or the facilitator has not done a good job of getting everybody involved in it, right? So if you can build in elements which can facilitate team building or presentation, it would be much better. It would be a much better teaching note. The ability to not only manage organizations, but also to build powerful teams, interpersonal interactions, and continually grow and learn throughout life. Now, many of the case studies that I've been teaching for the last 13 years, I have students, I have alumni who come back and talk about some case I might have taught in 2009 and saying how it has helped him or her solve some problem which happened in 2020. Now, we tend to think that, cases from 2005 or 2006 may be irrelevant today, but that's hardly the case. Fundamentals remain the same, situations change, right? So many times you'll find that learning through cases is a lifelong thing. And people pick up these stories from their past experiences in the classroom and they apply it. And that comes from a certain level of engagement that you can build. And many of those cues or signals are built into the teaching note for the facilitator who's going to use your case study. Remember, you don't write a case study only for yourself to teach. Okay, but that's obviously one of the reasons that you write. But you also want the case study to be taught by other people. Now, other people may have different perspectives, importance areas, attributes, etc., teaching styles. Your teaching note is supposed to standardize to some extent, the objectives and how it is delivered to the target audience, which is the students. Now, when you're writing a case study, when you're writing a case study, then there are certain phases. For example, phase one is where you have write the case origin, case lead. Then you make the initial contact. You think after a certain amount of discussion, you come to a certain case focus, and then you start to build a case plan. So what I normally do when I write a case and a teaching note is, before I write the teaching note, I always have a case concept note. And much of this concept note actually comes from maybe a casual telephone conversation with the main actor, main protagonist, or it may be based on secondary research. So let's say I'm going to write about electric vehicle company, right? Some electric vehicle company, which is nowadays trending a lot. If I want to write something about that, I'm going to write a concept note about what exactly is the electric vehicle industry looking like? What is this company? What is its targeted objective as per secondary information, right? What has been already published in newspapers and magazines, etc. I will do my homework first, and then I will have pitch out a certain outline of the case, and that is what I normally send to a case collaborator, which means somebody in the company. I make a concept note which lists out these things, including time frames, what kind of broad data points I would require, right? What is the main topic that I would be interested, but I'm open to also exploring other domains which they might want to talk about, because I might want to write about marketing strategy, but maybe the other person wants to talk about branding. So the question is, I must look at my portfolio of cases and discuss or decide, do I already have 3 cases on branding in marketing? In that case, I might not be too interested, right? I might want to do a case study on marketing strategy, but it's your call as an author. If you want to write a 4th case study, go ahead, right? Because more the merrier, more options for students and faculty members to choose to learn from. So that's your first stage, right? The concept note, thinking about doing the secondary research. Then you go to phase 2, where you do your interviews, actual interviews, and you do data collection and all of the usual stuff that we do to collect the ground information to start writing. All right. Now, once you've written a case draft, first version is when you start your teaching note, right? In fact, some authors say 2-3 cases. I have also done it in the reverse way. I've listed out the questions that I want to have answered through this case study, right? That's my teaching notes, the assignment questions that I have. Then I take the data that I've collected and see whether I can draft a case which can answer this question. All the data that you collect may not be useful for answering those questions. So some case authors write a case study and then write a teaching note. My preferred way is always having a teaching note in advance, or at least the list of questions, and then writing the case, because that makes it more aligned and easier to connect the two. Remember, the teaching note is a reflection of the case study, right? It must reflect what the case has. So the data points or the dilemmas, etc., which are mentioned in the case study must be mentioned also in the teaching note. You cannot bring some new data point in the teaching note, which is not in the case study, right? So that's another challenge. While you're writing the teaching note, you must always stick to the case study itself. You cannot bring in extra viewpoints or opinions or facts, etc. Then you have your edited case version 2, and then you bring it to phase 3 where you have a classroom test. You do pilot testing, all right? And then you do finally, after all the class discussion happens, you have asked the questions that are in your teaching note version 1. And then you find that your teaching note question number 3 needs modification because people have not understood it properly, or they were not able to apply the right kind of framework which you wanted them to apply. Right? So you need to reword the questions or rephrase it, whatever might be the case. That becomes your teaching note version 2 or the final version. And then you kind of send it out for publication. Send it out to an editor to see whether, and obviously the editors also come back with a lot of queries and corrections, etc., just like in a journal article. Okay. So, and my advice to people who want to be case writers is to not wait for the perfect moment. You might start with Case Center or ECCH, etc., but always aim for the higher ones. Because writing one case study for them and receiving feedback from them is much more valuable than writing 5 cases and sending it to some random repository, right? Because the quality of the feedback that you get from one top ranking school or publishing house will be worth much more. So although it is a little painful because often the feedback is very harsh, very brutal, but it's really useful, right? And as a budding case writer, you must build up that confidence right away and always have a mentor for a case study. If you're starting to write a case study for the first time, including a teaching note, always have somebody who has done it before you and who has done it successfully, so that they can guide you, so that you don't make unnecessary mistakes. Mistakes which are avoidable. Why try to reinvent the wheel all by yourself? If there are experts that you have access to, seek their help, right? They will put you on the right track. And it's quite possible that you might not get accepted in the first or the second version also, but keep at it, right? So with that, let's just go on to a couple of things that, what is the case teaching note? How should it help the teacher, help the student? Remember, the objective is to help the teacher, to help the student, to do a couple of things. Number one, it should help the teacher to help the student state the business problem. Identifying the main business problem, in some cases, it's very easy. In other cases, it's not that easy. It is deliberately camouflaged. And when the class discusses the case, or when they're discussing it outside the class, before the class, there may be many interpretations of what is the main problem. What is the core problem and what is the peripheral problem? Good case studies have more than one problem. There will be one core and maybe 2 or 3 peripheral problems. So it's a challenge for the faculty to teach the students how to choose the core problem and then identify the peripheral problems. That's what you do in real life, in management, in business. So in my corporate life of 18 years, we've had a lot of situations where the biggest challenge was to find out what was the real problem, and then find out what are the associated problems or issues that need to be solved. Till you solve both core and peripheral, you might not be able to get a good outcome. So teaching notes are supposed to help faculty members identify or help students identify what are the core problems. Because see, case studies are supposed to help management students to make better decisions. How can you make better decisions unless you're able to identify what is the right problem, right? So that's one of the things that you need to do. Help develop creative thinking, think on parallel lines, think of consequences, think of interconnections. Those are some other things which you would like to weave into your teaching note. Ability to choose the best option from alternative paths. Now, normally a team comes up with at least 2 alternative directions of which way the manager should go, given the situation. Now, every case study has some constraints about the particular company or particular manager. Maybe HR related issues, maybe production related issues, maybe finance related, whatever. There will always be some constraints. Given the constraints, what is the best option, right? Because there is nothing called the best option. It's always in relation to constraints. So a teaching note should also be able to help develop this quality in students. how do you come up with the best option and how do you defend it? Defending your option, the option that you select is a very important part in case presentations. Because as I said, there is no, technically there is no correct answer to a case study unless it's a finance case or statistics case. Otherwise, in a marketing case, there could be so many different ways of reaching the objective. Some may be more cost effective, others may be less cost effective. All right. So you have to, the case study and the teaching note are supposed to help the student come up with options given the constraints and defend it. Apply theory to real life business situations. Yes, analyze data to support their ideas. So we have to give, in the case study itself, we have to give a reasonable amount of data, depending on what questions you're planning in the teaching note. Now, any particular business situation can be looked at from multiple angles. So as an author, it depends on what your functional expertise is. You may end up talking about marketing, or if you're a finance person, you'll be talking about finance. So whatever your expertise is, you need to give data to support the, how students should arrive at the possible answers. So if it's a sales related or the impact of advertising on sales in a particular company that you're writing about, then you must give advertising and sales data for students to crunch, to process, right? So that data sufficiency is an important part of case studies. Make relevant assumptions. So the case study may not actually give all the information, so students are also expected to make assumptions. In the teaching note, you can instruct the faculty member who's teaching it what sort of assumptions are most suited for this particular case. You can list out those assumptions if you want to, or you can leave it to the faculty's judgment. Understand real constraints in real situations. So the teaching note must also stress upon the real constraints, because in business and everywhere in business, you always have some limitations, some boundaries, right? Within that, you have to operate. There is never an ideal situation. So the case study must also be written in that manner, and the teaching note must also bring forth the idea that you do not have a free hand to do anything you want, right? You have to work within these boundaries. Now, let's take a quick look at how a teaching note should be structured, and then probably I will share with you one sample teaching note that I have created for one of my case studies, and I can take questions, right? So this, like everything else, a teaching note also becomes better with practice. But contrary to that old saying that practice makes perfect, I don't think practice makes perfect. I think proper or perfect practice makes perfect. So that is why I suggested that you should always have a mentor in the initial phases of your writing a case study or a teaching note. It is not something which can be just done because you can write good English or you have a good understanding of the subject. There is a way of writing it. And those of us who are very comfortable writing journal articles may find that writing a teaching note is a different animal altogether. Not a case study. A case study requires a storytelling method, whereas a journal article is very, very academic, right? So it is not necessary that just because you're great at writing research articles, you will automatically be a great case writer. It does not work that way. Both are different, both require different skills, right? So it's always good to have a mentor to guide you along. I mean, instead of wasting time trying to figure out what's going wrong. Okay, so let me just share with you a teaching note, how it should be structured. One second. Okay, can you see this?
Yes, sir, it is visible, yeah.
All right, good. So this is a teaching note layout from one of the case study repository known as Ivy Publishing. It's a fairly respectable agency, and many of the case studies are listed on Harvard as well, because they have an understanding, they have a tie-up between the two. So I find that their structure is probably the best one, and therefore I would like to share this with you. So if you look at it, there's a method in the madness. Company name, : 1 to 6 descriptor words. That's your title. All right. Now, below that, you have wrote this teaching note as an aid to instructors. So this itself very clearly mentions what the teaching note is supposed to do. It is an aid to instructors, facilitators, faculty members. In the classroom, use of the case such and such, this teaching note should not be used in any way that would prejudice the future use of the case. This, of course, is meant for other members of the academic community who are using this case. So that part, let's leave it out. Now you write a synopsis of the case, 1 to 2 paragraphs that summarize the case. Avoid copy pasting the introductory paragraph from the case. Don't just copy paste the introductory paragraph of the case study itself into the teaching note. That's not the idea of a synopsis. Synopsis is a summary of the case study. That's you do that like an executive summary. When you write a project report, you write an executive summary as the first page of your report. The synopsis is something like that. Then you list out the learning objectives. Right in the front, right up front, you list out the learning objectives. Actually, why this is very useful is because when faculty members are downloading cases or viewing cases to choose which one to use, they might want to look at the learning objectives. Because if those learning objectives match their requirement, then they will start doing the, reading the case in more detail or downloading the case, right? Otherwise, they will just move on to some other case and look at their learning objectives. So it's a good idea to keep the learning objectives up front, and that's what they have suggested. They've also suggested a number. Don't keep it below 3. Don't make it more than 5. And the reason is below 3, maybe there may not be enough discussion. More than 5, maybe time will not allow you to go beyond 5. All right, so stick between 3 to 5. And secondly, every case will have at least 3 to 5 areas where you can have a discussion. Some cases can have more, some cases will have less, but a good case should have between 3 to 5 areas for discussion. Remember, the case is a discussion tool. It's a tool not so much meant for faculty. It is meant entirely for the student, right? So therefore, it should be student driven also. The facilitator should just come in to guide the discussion. That's all, so that it doesn't go off track. The teaching note should tell the faculty member or whoever is teaching what are the boundaries within which you, beyond which you should not go. That's all. Okay, so learning objectives 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then you have position in course, which means which course, and preferably also mention which module it's best suited for. So they say the recommendation is maximum of 3 courses. So, normally a core, if you're writing a case for a subject like marketing management, that's a core subject. So that's one. Maybe it'll be applicable to 1 or 2 electives also in marketing. So that is one way of looking at it. More than 3 courses, it seems it's trying to cover too many things. Then the editors are not impressed. So you have to be very focused, right? And what academic levels should they be taught at? Undergrad, postgrad, PhD level, if they use case studies, whatever. What this helps you to do is for example, if you're writing a case study or a teaching note for undergraduate level, their intellectual skills may be less developed than a postgraduate student, right? So therefore, you will write the teaching note in a manner which is understandable or comprehensible to students in the undergrad level. Similarly for the postgraduate level. So that helps you to figure out. Secondly, when you're writing a teaching note and you're thinking which course I'm going to write it for, that's basically making sure that the gaps in your course outline are filled. Right? If you're a case study teaching kind of college or institution, many colleges still don't use too many case studies. Right? That's their choice. But if you are, then you can add case studies for every module or every session, right? Because that brings in a lot of engagement in the classroom. And within the course outline, which session should this go into? Does it fit with what has gone before? And will this case study fit with what we're going to discuss next? All right, so if it's about advertising, it should definitely come as the 3rd P or the 4th P of the marketing management module, right? After that, what are you going to discuss? Will this lead into a wholesome, seamless discussion after this? So there's a little bit of thought process in where you want to place a particular case study. The more thinking you do upfront, the better the case study will fit into the overall picture. Then you give a list of relevant readings. Now, this is what I said. This is given to faculty members to help them understand the case better, more than what you've just written in the teaching note. All right. The faculty member may also choose one or two of these relevant readings and pass it on to the students to help them understand the case better. But it's totally up to the facilitator, whoever wants to use it. Then you have assignment question. No, this is the part where the discussion part comes in. Assignment questions, 4 to 6 questions. My experience says 5 is the best, because if you want to have a proper discussion in, like, we have 90-minute sessions in my college. 90 minutes means 5 minutes of introduction to the case, and then 5 to 10 minutes building the theory part of the case, and then coming into the discussion. I may have about 70 minutes left. So within 70 minutes, I have to divide it into 5 questions. That works out reasonably well. All right. More than that becomes a little, kind of superficial. You're not able to touch the topic in some depth. So try to give about 5 questions, which will 4 to 5 questions. That should be fine. So those questions are very carefully chosen depending on what part of the course you want to talk about. So it also depends on what kind of data you've got, right? So you want to, when you're writing the concept note and you're having a first discussion with your case collaborator from the industry, you must write down what are the assignment questions that you're thinking of, right? They can agree, disagree with it, but remember, they're not academicians. You're an academician. You're the person who has to teach the case. Right? They will only tell you the story. So you can share your questions with them and seek data to help answer these questions so that you can write the case study accordingly. Or you may choose to just collect the information, and based on the data which you've collected, you can frame the assignment questions and see where it fits in into your module. That's the most structured way of doing it. The shorter way of doing it is collecting the data, writing a story, and then based on the story, writing a set of questions, and then seeing later on where all it will fit in. So one is the marketing approach, the other one is the sales approach. Marketing approach is looking at what objectives need to be fulfilled. The sales approach is writing the case and then trying to see where it will fit. The second option is generally not advisable, because that may result in less than optimum outcome. What is recommended is that go the marketing way. Find out where is the requirement, find a suitable collaborator, write the case with the teaching note questions in mind, and then frame the final teaching note, which I will just show in a little while. Now, the teaching plan, if you look at this, there is a time division, right? Introduction to the case, right? Assignment question number 1, 2, 3, 20 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever, you allocate how much. So as a teaching note writer, you also have to think how much time is sufficient for a discussion, for a good quality discussion. All right, 10 minutes is enough, 20 minutes is enough. If it's a heavy question with a lot of complexity, then you need to give more time, right? So on and so forth. So you can set the benchmark or the template, and then you leave it to the faculty member, whoever is going to use it in their own way. Then the assignment questions must be analyzed in the teaching note. Each question must be taken, and you have to, as an author, explain how this question should be answered in the class. And if the students are not going as per that discussion, it's okay if it is more or less what you've written in the teaching note. But if it's going way off, then the facilitator needs to pull them back and go towards the objective of the assignment questions. And then, as I mentioned, some case studies have what happened in the end. That's what you write. A brief follow-up of what decision was made and what happened to the parties involved. Because sometimes students are very curious. All right, we've had a fantastic 90-minute discussion, so but what really happened in the company, we'd like to know. So that's where what happened next can become useful. Then you have the next page, which is exhibits, list of exhibits, which is just like your case study itself. Now these exhibits also have to be written very carefully or chosen very carefully. They must complement what you the analysis questions. That's the idea. All right. So when you're doing the exhibits, if it's sales or advertising or branding or positioning or segmentation, so I'm talking from a marketing perspective, you must add the exhibits which will add value to the questions, right? The faculty who's teaching it should be able to showcase from those exhibits, what if this data was given to you, how would your answer change to this particular question? That kind of questioning, that kind of exhibits must be built into your case study. So that's your structure overall. You begin with the synopsis and then you go on with your learning objectives and stuff, and with your exhibits. All right. Now, of course, if there was more time, we would go into more details of each of these sub headings. But for a preliminary understanding, this document will give you a good idea. By the way, you can go on Ivy Publishing website and find this from the author's package, right? It's easily available. And finally, I'd just like to share the last thing which I wanted to do with you today, which is the, one second. Yeah, can you see that slide, Professor Geeta?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay, good.
Brand W. Yeah.
Yeah, Brand W. Okay. Now, this is a case study which was written for Brand W, which is a brand held under TCNS clothing, which all of us are familiar with. And the teaching note goes in the same format. You begin with the synopsis, and then we are on the top. We've written the company name, the 1 to 6 words talking about what this case study is all about, right? Strategizing for omni-channel retail. That was what we were discussing with. So that part is clear. Then you go down, write a synopsis. This is not the same as introduction to the case study. The case study begins with a scenario, because case studies which are open with some story or something in the beginning catches the attention of students. But this is meant for faculty members. This is not meant for students, right? So this is a synopsis based on which the faculty member, whoever is going to use your case, will actually download your case or may find it interesting or not interesting. So the synopsis must be thought out very carefully. What are the points that it's going to cover, and what are the objectives it will meet. Then there are learning objectives. And as you can see, the teaching note itself has many references, etc. Just like a case study, just like a journal article, it will have a lot of details within the teaching note itself. Because the faculty may also want to check things that you've written in the teaching note. Is it correct? Is it relevant? Is it up to date? Have new things happened after what you've written here, which I can add value to the case discussion in the class and so on. Then you go to the position in the course. For example, this case may be taught in an undergraduate level marketing management course in a module on marketing mix and marketing channels. So I've very clearly mentioned which module it must go into, as well as in a strategy module, because it's about strategizing. This case may also be used in a graduate level course on customer relationship management, brand management, or retail marketing, right? And so on and so forth. So it's giving the person who is looking at your case and the teaching note, what are the options where this case can be used? Now, obviously, it means that all the assignment questions may not be relevant to one particular sub-module, right? So some of the questions may be outside the purview of one sub-module. So within marketing communications, if I'm talking about advertising, and if this case study does not have a specific question on advertising, I might not be able to use it. All right, so you have to look at the assignment questions of the case study also before you select a case. So when you're writing this, you're keeping all that in mind. Remember, just like a true marketing person, you are writing for somebody else, actually. This case study is for you, definitely, but it's also meant for all the thousands of people in the globe, in the world, who are going to use your case study. This is a direction or a guidance for them, right? So keep that in mind. There is a customer for this teaching note. They want to understand what you've written and is it relevant to them. If you keep that in mind, you'll be able to write a good teaching note. Then there are suggested readings. We went a little overboard with the readings. So here in this particular case, but they were okay with it, since we justified that all of these case studies of readings are going to be very useful for faculty members. So they allowed it, but normally they don't allow more than 5 or 6 max. This is 6 maximum, right? So that's a set of readings. And all of them should have some very close bearing to either a theoretical model that you've used in the teaching note or some aspect of the case study itself, which can be better understood by reading this article. Assignment questions. So how should W strategize its marketing mix for long-term sustainability? One of the 4 or 5 questions. So similarly, you will face. Now, the question that was asked right in the beginning, how should we write these questions? Should we write it in the beginning? Should we write it in the end? Actually, you'll never be able to write this in the beginning. At least not before the first meeting. After you have the first meeting, the shape of the case study teaching note will begin to take place. It'll start to form. That's when you start to write, and there will be a lot of scratching out, lot of, just like writing a PhD, choosing a PhD synopsis title, lot of scratching out, going back and forth, removing things, changing things. It'll happen, but that's a normal process of writing anything. So those are your assignment questions, and each of those will relate to something, either retail or strategy or omni-channel distribution method, something it'll be connected to. Once you've done that, then you have the teaching plan. As you can see here, introduction to apparel retailing landscape in India, 10 minutes. Right? Now, why India? Because this is an India-based case study. So even when somebody sitting in maybe Sweden is reading this case, the discussion should be about, the student should actually have a background on the apparel industry in India, apparel retailing in India. They have to do that secondary research. Okay, and then of course discussion on concept of omni-channel retailing, discussion of 6 assignment questions, wrap up, highlight learning objectives achieved, last 10 minutes. So we split the 90 minutes accordingly. And then you go into the analysis. As you can see, each question is kind of explained in quite detail, right? So we're already on page 5 and it's just question number 2, and so on and so forth. So as you can see, the teaching note is not something which is just to be done randomly. In fact, it's more dangerous than the case study itself. And the reason is because this teaching note is going to be read by faculty members with a lot of, detail. So that's what they want to look at. So third question, and then so on and so forth till you come to the end. So that's what the sample case study teaching note, which we have written here. And then we come to the exhibits of, how to explain for example, we use the VRIO model of strategy and how to apply it to a particular, this particular case. And then you go on with more details like, explaining the brand resonance pyramid of Keller, which is a marketing concept, and using it to explain certain assignment questions. Okay. So some students may get this, others may not, and that's where the role of the faculty becomes important. They can refer to the teaching note and say that, why don't you use the Keller model of brand resonance to explain question number 3? Look at it from that perspective. So the faculty, based on your teaching note, will be able to guide the students in the right way, right direction without giving them the answer. Let them find out on their own. Right? So that's the overall idea of writing a teaching note. And as you would have probably gathered by now, it's a process. It's a process of refining yourself, refining your strategies of how to write a case study and how to write a teaching note, which is supposed to help other faculty members, aid instructors. All right, so that's in brief what I wanted to talk about. More details are available on IB website or IMD Lausanne website. There are a lot of places where you can get very high quality inputs on how to write a case, how to write a case teaching note. All right. So I have a few minutes. I'll open it up for discussions or questions if anybody has anything, or then I'll leave it up to Professor Geeta.
Yeah, so actually I can also already see some questions in the chat box.
Okay.
So if you're okay, we can just take a few. So Jyoti is asking that, sir, can a published case be sent for a case writing competition, or it should not be published when we send?
No. Normally you should not publish the case. Most case competitions don't take published cases. They take cases as first instance.
All right, so I think that is answered.
Yeah.
Then she's saying that nowadays we do have commentary cases. So do they also require a teaching note?
See, if the case study is supposed to be used by students, and if faculty is going to lead the discussion or facilitate the discussion, it is always advisable to have a teaching note prepared. Some case repositories may ask for a teaching note as mandatory, others may not. So check where you're sending it. Where do you plan to target? Just like you write, when you're writing a paper, you're also thinking which journal it should go to.
Right.
And then you go to the author's guidelines and see what are the mandatory things. So check that out first. If they ask for a teaching note, by all means, you'll have to prepare it. Otherwise, you're lucky. You'll have some saved time. Yeah.
Right. So then there's a question that if the company does not give permission to use the name of the company, so does the case also have a possibility of publication if we use a disguised name instead of the real name of the company?
Yes. It is allowed, but most companies, most repositories prefer the company name to be present. But you can ask for permission to publish a case study or send a case study without the actual, or with the name masked, right? With the name, fictitious name. You can do that as well. Some repositories accept that. For example, Ivy gives preference to no-name companies, which means you should not mask it, right? It's preferred. In fact, they ask you for a case release note also, which means somebody in the company has to sign off. Yeah.
Right. So then Krishna is asking that you mentioned that initially the cases get rejected. So can you point out some 2 or 3 reasons why the case gets rejected in the first instance?
Okay, one of the most important reasons they get rejected is because you've not followed their guidelines. All right, because see, the first level of rejection is the desk rejection. It doesn't even go to the editor or the reviewer. Some person sitting on the desk is checking whether you have followed all the, let's say, reference guidelines, how you write the references. Have you followed that? Have you followed the structure of the teaching note? Have you followed the font size, etc.? The hygiene factors. That is one reason why you get rejected. Second reason why you get rejected is maybe no fault of yours, actually. Maybe the repository already has a lot of cases on India-based entrepreneurship cases. Right, so they have too many cases, and not all of them are doing very well. I mean, see, those repositories, what do they do with these cases? They sell them. So if they don't find that there is too much of traction for India-based entrepreneurial cases, hypothetically speaking, then they will discourage cases written on India-based entrepreneurial stories. So you have to also check, or sometimes it's not possible to know in advance, right? For example, we wrote a case on the third gender, and it was rejected by Ivy. But then we took it off to somewhere else, and it did pretty well. In fact, that was the case which won the John Molson case.
Yeah, exactly.
Competition. Yeah. Okay.
So, and sir, then you showed that sample.
Sorry. One thing more. Third thing is that if your for example, if your case or case teaching note does not have the right concepts in place, or something new or additional to the existing concepts which have already been done in a lot of case studies, if you have nothing innovative to really share, you only have a story, that might also get rejected. So the theoretical aspect is a little important. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, sir, very rightly mentioned. And sir, then Krishna is asking yet another question. I believe that you showed the case format for the teaching note format for W. So she's saying that did you also get a chance to speak to Mr. Anant Daga? I believe he's the managing director. So
yeah. Yes, so I did speak to him. I did speak to Anant Daga, and I'm glad that you know Mr. Anant Daga. He was a colleague of mine actually in one of the companies that I worked. But to be very honest, this was a secondary data case. It was not a primary data case, which means I did meet Mr. Daga, but he had some constraints from his US investors that no cases could be written based on interviews with Brand W people. So then I took his permission, and we said that, okay, we will not quote anybody individually or personally, but I will write a secondary database case. And that's what we did. And finally it got accepted. Yeah.
So if there's any other question by the participants, sir can take it. So I know that he has sessions to take, but yeah. So, sir, we do not have any further questions.
All right, good.
Yeah, we are really thankful to you for such an insightful session on developing a teaching note, because of course we know that every company may have a interesting story, but not every story will have a case. And when we talk about cases, so it is developing a teaching notes goes simultaneously. So it's not that we do in silos. So we are really thankful to you, and many a times the reason for rejection is that the teaching note is also not very substantial or maybe lacks theoretical underpinnings. So we are really very thankful to you, sir, for such an insightful session. So we had faculty members, industry experts, and students and research scholars. So I'm sure that they have benefited from this very, very insightful and useful session for all of us, and especially the people who want to develop, as sir said, that you may need a mentor. So sir is an expert in case writing, and he's got many case studies published and has won many competitions. So we are really thankful to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Geeta. And thank you all the participants for being here. And we hope that there'll be many more case writers from this group itself. All the best. Thank you.
Definitely, sir. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. So we are really thankful to Professor Jones Matthew sir, Professor Rajat Gera sir, Professor Smita Girija ma'am, who took this very insightful session in today's pre-conference workshop. And we break for lunch for 1 hour. Right at 3 p.m. we'll be right back on this platform to have an open house discussion. And if the scholars want to show their case studies and the presentations, so they can get feedback from experts too.
And,
So
Geeta,
Can I-
Dr. Geeta has also agreed to be part of that. So in case anybody wants any inputs, he will be more than willing to support them. And Dr. Jones, congratulations on a very, very insightful session. Really
Thank you.
lovely and a lot of learning for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me, and have a good day. I'll take your leave. Thank you.
thank you, sir. Thank you. So then we break for lunch and we will be right back at 3 p.m. So as ma'am has mentioned, that Rajat sir will also be with us.
And session from 3 to 4, everybody will be an experience, sharing session. You can share your case studies. In fact, we can work together with regard to how to refine the case objectives and so on. And
Right.
at the same time, while discussing with each other, while sharing ideas, we can all move forward together with regard to publication avenues. And at the same time, how to explore the diverse entrepreneurial ecosystems to find more information, collect more data, and then move forward and publish our case studies. At the end of the day, the objective is to be able to publish the case studies. So we will talk a lot about that from 3 to 4, right?
Right.
So we shall break for lunch now. Looking forward to seeing you all. Thank you so much.
Right. Mobin sir, we are breaking for lunch. So we will be right back at 3 p.m. again.
Okay, ma'am. Session will remain open. You can take your
Right.
break.
Right. Thank you. Okay.
Investors at the time, I in particular, you have to think big. You have to sell a dream when you're raising capital and you're trying to build something. People would say, well, where do you see yourselves in 10 years? Where is this business going to be? And I would say with a lot of confidence that we are going to put Victoria's Secret out of business.
Very good afternoon, everybody. I welcome you all to an interactive session now. Dr. Geeta, over to you. Please start and we will all join together in a participative and interactive session now.
Right. So thank you, Vanda ma'am. So now I request all the participants who have their case study presentations, so they can share the presentations and we can give you feedback and insights on your case development. So I have also written case studies, and I believe Professor Dr. Vanda has also written case studies. So, and Rajat Gera sir, he was also supposed to be there.
I have a question from the participants.
Yeah.
Do you have some case studies available, or we can also, start working with you where we can take you through a step-by-step journey. So is there any participant with a case study right away where you would like to get some feedback?
Right.
Otherwise, we have a short exercise for all of you, and we can give you half an hour to work on the exercise, and then we can discuss. Either way. So what we'll do is we will share with you a brief exercise and then take the discussion forward. That way all of us will be on the same page.
Okay, so I see a question.
That is Anjali. I think Anjali will share in a little while. What we have here is, this is Dr. Rajat Gera's slide. And what we have here is a short exercise that he was going to conduct, but because of shortage of time, we were not able to move forward with it. So what we will do is, we will give you about 20-25 minutes to consolidate your thoughts. And then we will be requesting the participants to share, your, draft of your case, or the points that you have thought about writing a case. And then we will carry the discussion forward, right? Meanwhile, does anybody else have a case study ready? Okay, Anjali, you want to ask a question? Okay, Movin, please unmute Anjali Kurana.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, Anjali, you are audible. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I have a question to ask. Now, my research study is titled Study of Consumer Behavior Patterns and Demand Estimation for Passenger Vehicles. And I would like to look at 10-year data for estimating demand for passenger vehicles. Now, I would also like to develop a case around it. And there are several variables in demand estimation. And, there is very little consensus among academicians and researchers on what should be the exact variables for a demand function. From whatever I have studied, I have not been able to find a consensus. So, how do you think I should go about developing a case here?
Okay, so thank you for the question, Anjali. See, Anjali, as all our speakers have been mentioning that, you are already working on a research paper, right? And from the data that you have, the data that you're collecting, from that you want to develop a case study also. What my suggestion would be that, when we write cases, so like I have written all first-hand information cases where I interviewed the founder of the company or the CEO of the company, and then probably we started work. So it is, so I don't go, so when I write cases, I don't go with the preliminary mindset that, okay, I want to write a case in the area of performance appraisals, or I want to write a case in the area of human resource information systems. So when you reach out to a protagonist, when you reach out to the CEO of the company, during conversations, you get to know that, what is the subject around which you can build a case. So I'll give you an example. So for example, I, along with some other co-authors, we were writing a case on Tussar Silk Private Limited, moving beyond business. So because I am from HR, so I wanted to develop this case in the area of HR, right? Something to do with HR planning or employee turnover. They were not able to find the right kind of people for their organization. So, but when we interacted with the CEO of the company, Mr. Kitish Pandya, we had to write this case on scalability and sustainability. So it turned out to be a business strategy case and not primarily an HR case. So my suggestion would be that, you are saying that there's no consensus as to the variables. So when we talk about case study writing, it is more qualitative in nature rather than quantitative. So you may use annexures like, financial data, financial statements, some other exhibits that you get from the company. So like for Tussar, the company gave us the supply chain, they gave us the organogram, they gave us the last 5 years financial statements, and we also had a sneak peek into the kind of products that they were making, so handloom products and handicraft products. But the idea is that, we do not have any preliminary variables, so we are not testing a model here, or we are not doing an experimentation study here. It's more qualitative in nature, where we get the information and then we structure it. So it's just like a film story where you have a title, where you have an actor, where you have other actors who are supporting the role, and where there is some decision which needs to be taken. So urgency of a decision, or any dilemma which needs to be sorted out, or any challenge that needs to be addressed. Getting my point?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. One other thing I would like to know.
Yeah.
I am working in the area of passenger vehicles and automobiles. So, which are the journals where you suggest, where I can publish?
Okay, so you are working, so you're basically into marketing, if I'm not mistaken.
Marketing and economics, because demand estimation would be purely
economics, right?
Yeah.
So Anjali, I would suggest that you speak to and you're a student here.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So Anjali, I would suggest that there is you can speak to your professors in the area of marketing, because being an HR person, I can always suggest you journals where you can get your work published, like International Journal of Human Source Management, Personal Review, and employee relations, team performance management. So they are very good journals in the area of HR. But when I talk about marketing and economics, then it is advisable that you speak to your professors in the area of marketing or in the area of economics, and they can give you better insights into that, which journals you can target. But to start with it, what I suggest is that you look at the papers which are published in the last, let's say, 5 years in good journals, like in A category journals. So you find out the list for ABDC journals, figure out which are the A and B category journals which are Scopus indexed, and then just see that what kind of papers are published in those journals. So every journal has a scope, and they also come out with special issues, so you see that where your work can be mapped with the journal scope, or with the kind of work that you're targeting.
Right. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Yeah, and there's one more thing, Anjali, that if you are testing some model, or if you're working on data from the last 10 years, as you're mentioning, so you can also write a case on secondary database, but for that also you'll have to do some preliminary work. So as in, just get some more data, just see, just refer to the newspaper articles, just refer to the digital media. So even if people write cases on second hand information, like Dr. Matthew was sharing, that he wrote a case on W, so he already knew the managing director of the company, he had an interaction, but whatever case he had written, it was based on secondary database. So from the public sources, from whatever the information was available in the public source, in the in the public sources, like newspaper articles, the website of the company, which are already in public domain. So for that, nobody can say that why are you writing a case on this. Of course you take permission from the company, but still you're not quoting any individual person as a protagonist, and you can develop a case also.
Yeah, ma'am, I'm trying to get some information from the Society of Indian Automotive Manufacturers, SIAM. But as far as the OEMs are concerned in the area of automobiles, I think they would be very wary of divulging any information really.
I understand that. So, Anjali, many a times that what happens is that maybe, if you know somebody, or, for this instance, you can go for public secondary data sources, or if you know somebody through public, through your personal contacts or through references, because randomly, if you go and approach people, they will not give you information. So like I said, that I have also written cases on first-hand information. So all these people were in the network, so known to me, or I kind of reached out to them through LinkedIn, and then I told them that I'm in the process of writing cases, or I do write cases. I shared my academic cases with them, and they understand that it's for academic fraternity, it's not for any commercial use. So you can try some of your own network where you can speak with somebody and get some information.
Those were some very interesting questions, Anjali. We will encourage more participants to come forward and share their experiences, or discuss whatever they are doing. That way, it will be an ecosystem of learning from each other. Does anybody have a question to ask, or
Thank you, ma'am,
a case idea to share? Then I suggest that all the participants work with us on this exercise. There is a response, right? Krishna again. All right. Mohan, please unmute Krishna.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, this is not regarding what you're asking, but this, something else. Actually, I got to know about this conference only 3 days back when Nidhi ma'am shared in one of the groups. So I was just wondering, will we be allowed to register for the case conference and listen to the case presenters, ma'am?
Definitely. Geeta, I'm sure all the other portions of the conference, this is a 3-day long event now, and I think all scholars are welcome. You must have registered for this particular session. So from that very website, right, you can look up any other session of your choice, and registration is still open.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. That is one thing I wanted to ask. Second question is, like, you and Geeta ma'am were saying that, you have written cases. When you wrote cases, like, how did you choose that particular company? Was it basing on your subject, or you felt it is easy to access or it fits in for a certain group of subjects or students? What was your criterion for deciding that?
I will be very, blunt about it. I'm a professor in marketing here, and I like to do things purely on the basis of sometimes my likes and dislikes. So, whether it is a study on the FMCG sector or the media and entertainment world, I end up choosing topics hugely because I like that area, or for that matter, I have a passion for that arena. Right? I'll share a personal experience. Now, this is a case study which is under publication, and here we worked on the media and entertainment industry. Later on, I did get a scholar under me who started working in this field. But then this is something prior to the scholar having joined. And lately we're all watching Netflix a lot. So then, questions in my mind with regard to how the media and entertainment industry is transforming. So the questions that we developed, my field is digital marketing. So I thought, let me link up the two arenas. So the questions that started coming into my mind included, what were the most significant transformations in the media and entertainment industry over the last decade? How have the M&E players also, evolved? How have the consumers evolved? See, are the consumers able to adopt the changes that we are seeing in technology? Again, do the media and entertainment companies need to take some special measures to ensure that the consumers are comfortable with the adoption of digitization? Again, do consumers need to be segmented separately? Do media and entertainment companies need to cater to them separately? Then again, how are media and entertainment players using the vast volumes of data that they are able to collect with regard to the consumers? So, can they use the same for enhanced profitability as well as enhanced consumer experiences? So, these were the thoughts that were coming into my mind. And then I thought, okay, let me look up, some information. Let me speak to some significant players, and then let me see how things can move forward. And I did start, working on this. Now, interestingly, again, this is a different methodology that I adopted. The standard method in case writing is to identify one organization or one industry vertical or look up one specific problem and then weave your story around that. But then what I did was I looked up three media and entertainment players, and these were Colors and Netflix and NDTV Social. Here I was looking at, and then I started working on this. And interestingly, I was also able to come up with a multi-case methodology because when we start publishing, they also look at specific methodologies that you are following. And here they allowed me to make use of this combination of case-based method. See, there is this thing called the crucial case theory. Now, this is an old theory, but then this simply said that, when you're developing a case, you should think of something that closely fits a theory if one is to have confidence in the theory's validity. So, using this philosophy as a base, I was able to weave, a composite case study around three organizations. So there, I was able to, I was looking up social media and how it is transforming the media and entertainment industry. So there, I was looking at how the world has changed for brand colors, or for that matter, how the world has changed for Netflix. We've got so many mobile apps. So all that, the transition or the new technical enhancements for these brands. And then the world of Netflix. See, in this COVID era, the businesses of the whole world went down, but Netflix viewership has skyrocketed. So they've actually made money out of what they call a subscription model. So I ended up completing, I wove a complete story and was able to build an interesting narrative. And then subsequently, the case study did get acceptance. So this is what I was requesting participants here to do. Building a narrative takes a lot of effort, but as a starting point, I was hoping that you could think of an idea. Think of an idea which is either very close to your heart, or think of an idea which is absolutely contemporary in nature, right? So it's actually your call, and sometimes we are comfortable with some industry verticals, and some there's a question here, Krishna, right? Okay, we were talking about journals a little while back. So this is a case study which has been accepted and should be visible within the next 3 to 4 months. This has been accepted in the Journal of Cases in Information Technology. Right? You have a question here. Where did you publish the Netflix case study? So this is my response to that. So why don't we, in this group, why don't we brainstorm and talk about some ideas for business cases? It will be really interesting to do that now in this group. Let's do it this way. Let's all take about 8 to 10 minutes, think about some ideas, and let's have a quick discussion after that. Does that work for you, Geeta?
Yes, ma'am, sure. I think that's good that, if they do not have a ready-made, if they do not have an already written case to show to us and to get some feedback, then of course, there's a good idea that based on the sessions that we had, you can think of an idea where you can, build a case and the learning objectives and what you think would be the protagonist, the narrative. So yeah, so you can have 15 minutes and then we can discuss whatever you come up with.
Perfect. Perfect.
So I suggest that if the participants can also make a short presentation so that they can share it, so that you have something to share. So when you're working on this, take 15 minutes, but also share the PPT, make a short PPT on what idea do you want to develop a business case on, and write a case concept document and the learning objectives, the protagonist, some research on what would you like to ask in your interviews. So please make a short PPT as well. So can we have it from the participants? How many of you have made a presentation based on this exercise?
Either a presentation or, for that matter, if we can discuss ideas for a business case, that will be very interesting.
Right. So either you can share a presentation if you have made a very short presentation, or you can discuss the idea. So in the exercise, the first point is identify an idea for a business case. So anything that out of today's session or whatever whatever understanding you have of the case writing, can you come up with any business idea on which you think you can develop a case?
In the post-lunch session, it is always difficult to get a response from the participants. But I guess, Krishna again, Mobin, please unmute. I think all the participants now. Anybody who wants to speak is most welcome.
Right.
Ma'am?
Yes, Krishna, you are audible. Please go ahead.
Process of writing a case, I also took one student along with me and we interviewed one woman entrepreneur, ma'am.
Okay.
We have made some data, I just want to discuss it over here because right now I don't have anything else in my mind. So we have put pieces of information here and there. I would like to share with you so that I can get inputs from both of you.
Right.
Would you like to share the screen?
Yeah, I would like to actually, it's not a PowerPoint, it's a document, but I'll share the relevant things, ma'am.
Yeah, please do that.
Okay.
Ma'am, now all participants have right to speak, ma'am.
All right.
Yeah. I'll just go with the introduction of it, ma'am. I just made the introduction pair of that. Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible, yeah.
So I just, it was a rough draft actually. So it's a women entrepreneur's dilemma. So it's, can I read it out, ma'am?
Sure, you can.
Yeah. On a rainy evening, the outside thunder seemed to reflect the storms in her life to A. Swati. She looked back to 97 when she started her entrepreneurial journey 23 years back as a job worker. People thought how intrepid she was to start a business with a small initial capital of 50,000. She pondered how tumultuous her journey had been in a male-dominated industry with 53 male members, with her being the only female entrepreneur in the entire state. Santoshi Polypacks, Dadikur, West Godavari district, AP, was in a quandary. In 2019, the proprietor A. Swati felt her future bleak as she lost her spouse who had supported her all these years through thick and thin. She remembered those days when she had discussed with her spouse few months back about the additional funds requirement. If she had to continue doing the business, she had to look for replacement of machinery in the next 3 years and increase the production capacity. Increasing capacity meant more markets, but it also meant requirement of additional funding. She offered credit to some of the 18 dealers that she worked with. Would they pay her back on time with the fact that her spouse passed away? Battling with the personal loss, she mulled over a few options. One, to continue with the existing dealer network with no further expansion. Two, applying for more loan and expanding the markets. This is the intro part, ma'am. And a few of the questions that have been asked by you, like, I just started drafting the learning objectives as such. So one of the questions that was there in the presentation that was shared here is to understand the learning objectives. In undergraduate BBA course, we have topics of women entrepreneurship. It's also there for MBA and PGDM, but I have just thought I can pitch in for the undergraduate course, wherein we have a topic of women entrepreneurship in one of the modules. So understanding the psychosocial barriers of a women entrepreneur is one of the learning objective. I want to pitch this particular case at. Second thing is, how does she grow the business or expand her business? And third important aspect is, should she invest in more machinery? Because this is one of the dilemmas she was facing. While she discussed also, she mentioned that she is not very keen in investing in, more machinery because it would require more fund. Ma'am, is my voice clear?
Yes, yes, Krishna, you are absolutely audible. Yes.
Right. And then some of the other, like one of the aspect which you have asked there was also about the questions. So to start with, these were the few basic questions we wanted to, kind of understand about her personal journey, where she studied and all that, marriage and kids and things like that, and about her profession journey and the goals. And because she is in business for a long time, we wanted to ask what kind of revision she made after every 5, 10, 15, 20 years. And did she seek any financial assistance from the government or MSME? Are you registered as an MSME? Because this was the first time we were speaking to her. So what are the challenges she faced, like in marketing, in finance, in HR, labor, and payments? These were other things. And we wanted to ask her, like, does she have any dedicated marketing team? Any financial failures? We wanted her to list out, because if we talk, there'll be a lot of things coming up which we might not find useful. So we kind of, asked her to list out 3 financial failures, 3 financial risks, so that we can easily write. So from this, from the data that we have got from her, I actually bifurcated into some parts where, kind of we wrote how many employees she has got, how many male employees, how many female employees she has, totally how many members are there. And then we also wrote some bifurcation as to what kind of products she is making right now: paper cups, curry cups, ice cream cups, disposable tissues, juice glasses, etc. And where exactly is she getting her, one second, ma'am, raw materials from? So she said that she is procuring her raw materials, on a monthly basis, thrice in a month, from Reliance and ONGC. And as a buffer, she also has some supplier at Hyderabad. And she personally goes to bring all the spare parts once in a while to Hyderabad. And then as we asked her the financial failures, she has mentioned these 3 things, that, when highway works were going on, she lost a lot of her property around the industry, which was a huge loss for her. Second thing is, expiry of her spouse. And third is the pandemic, where she had to shut down her operations. And then she went to the collector and she fought it out. And then she again, reopened her factory. And some of the weaknesses we have understood is that when certain order specifications are there, she is unable to meet. And manual auditing she does. She doesn't allow any external person to, do the, she doesn't even use kind of apps also to do the auditing part. These are some of the issues that, she has faced. And yeah, this is what I wanted to actually share, ma'am. If you want anything else, I can. Okay. This is the brief.
Okay. So no, that's very good, and you've done very good work, and it is commendable that you are sharing it with all of us. So Vandana ma'am, would you start first, or shall I give my inputs?
You go ahead with the inputs. I would like to share a video after that.
All right, all right, all right. All right. So, Krishna ji, I would like to draw your attention to 2, 3 things. One is based on my personal experience. So, it's very good that you've interviewed so many things and you've got a lot of information. So, before I come to your work, I would just say, one thing that, so you are also faculty somewhere?
Yes, ma'am. I work at Aditya Global Business School.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. So, see, one is that, we are writing cases for taking them to our classes. So if I write a case, my objective, one of the objectives besides publication is wherever I want to get it published, whether it's Ivy League, whether it's IMD Lausanne, whether it is any case center, whether it is Harvard. So one objective is that, we also test it in the class before we go for publication also. So the idea is that what Vanda ma'am was sharing is fantastic. So if you want to write a case on a particular topic, right? Whether it is your scalability, whether it is your production capacity, whether it is your financial challenges, whether it is your, related to a merger or acquisition, whether it is, anything, whether it is the turnover of an employee or, a company foraying into B2C segment from B2B segment. So one is that if you want to write a case on a particular aspect and you reach out to a company and you get clearance, one is clearance and another is that you get information on the topic that you want to write a case on. It is fantastic. But many a times what happens is that, when we reach out to companies, so like, for example, I wanted to write a case on HR, right? I was very particular that I would want to explore the performance management systems, or I would want to explore the, HR planning systems, HR information systems. But every time when we were interviewing the CEO of the company, time and again, he was coming back to that, there is an order, I don't know what to do about it because I work in the area of handloom. And, so I'll just give you a background. So this case, which we wrote on Ecotus Silk Private Limited, it took us 2.5 years to get published in IMD Lausanne, and now it is listed in Harvard also. So, and this is co-authored by other professors from IMD Lausanne, from Philippines, and of course from MIT, myself and Sujata ma'am. So the idea was that, many a times what we want, we don't get that. And we cannot write a case on a hypothetical situation. So just because I want to write a case on performance management system, I cannot cook a story. So I have to write a case on real story, real dilemma, real challenge, which is coming directly from a very key person from the organization who can give me a writing consent that, okay, go ahead with publication. Because this case center platforms like Ivy, like Harvard, they all want a written consent from the company that yes, they have seen the case and they're okay with whatever is being written by the authors, and they give clearance to go ahead with the publication. So before we give the case for publication, we have to show it to the founder or to the CEO or to the MD that this is what we've come up with. So in this interview, we did 3 rounds of interviews and, multiple interviews with other people who were working in the organization, like in their media department or in the accounts department, in their finance department. So one is that we thought that we would write a case on HR, but what eventually happened was that he was talking about one point every now and then, about one challenge every now and then. So he said that there was a key client to West Ham in United States, and they were accounting for the 60% of profitability of the company. And now this person, Kitish Pandya, he was working in the area of handloom textile. So one of the core philosophy of the company was that they would not switch on to powerloom. They would like to work in the area of handloom, because one of the main objectives and philosophy of the founder of the company was to give employment to the rural and tribal communities of Bihar, Jharkhand, and to help the women yarn makers, to help the women silk rearers. That was a very fundamental philosophy behind Eco Tussar Silk Private Limited. And the name of the company also says Eco Tussar Silk. Why? Because they were primarily dealing in tussar silk, and they would not want to, although they knew that all the competitors were switching on to powerloom and they can increase their profitability, their sales volume, but they did not want to dilute this business philosophy of the company. So they wanted to stick to the tussar silk, and they wanted to stick to giving employment opportunities and wage opportunities to the rural segment of Bihar, Bihar, Jharkhand, and other areas, and they were charging a premium price because they were dealing in a niche segment. So his problem was that how can we enhance the scalability of the company? How can we enhance the production capacity of the company by not foregoing this business philosophy? So a lot of his marketing heads were saying that why can't we go for power loom? Why can't we use synthetic products? Why can't we use other fibers? Why are we sticking to this? Because it's not helping the business. But he was like, I cannot compromise on this core value. So then the dilemma, one of the dilemmas, if I were to read directly from the case, let me see if I'm able to find it at the moment. So
can you present a little part of that, ma'am, so that we can just have it's published already?
Yeah, it is already published. You can check it. So right now, I may not have access to it. I've not made any presentation. I was just sharing an experiment so that, but I will, let me see if I'm able to get hold of that case. So the dilemma they talked of. So basically the case, it says that, in May 2019, Kitish Pandya had received 3 new orders from Westem, a major client in the United States that sold kitchenware and home furnishings and handloom products. Now, these were almost double the volume of the orders received from them in the previous year. The company wanted delivery of the first 2 orders by September 2019, and it had asked for confirmation of the delivery schedule within 15 days. So Eco Tussar was facing high demand and low production levels, and the CEO of the company was faced with the dilemma of how to scale up production and ensure sustainability. So this is the opening paragraph. So any reader knows that, we are talking about the dilemma of the companies, scale up production and ensure sustainability. And it was a very urgent decision to be made because, it was a key client. Number one, Westem in United States. Number two, they wanted the delivery of the first 2 orders by September 2019. Number 3, they wanted the confirmation within 15 days. So there is an urgency which is introduced in the opening paragraph. So like I mentioned to you previously also that, case study, and that is why this case study, it had got, we had 5 authors, one from marketing, one from HR, one from strategy background, because there were so many insights of this case. And there's a very, very beautiful case. It took us almost 2.5 years, but finally it went into IMD, Lausanne, and Harvard. So, and 2.5 years, there were a lot of feedback which was given to us, then, that where you can improve. So that is why, it is always also advisable if you can also collaborate for case writing, because many a times, I go with a mindset, okay, I want to write a case on this. For research paper, definitely when I write research papers, or when we write research papers, we have a clear agenda that, okay, I want to write in this area. This is going to be my research question. This is the theoretical background. This is how I'm going to focus on. This is my paper is going to be about, and I'm going to target it for this particular journal. So in academic writing, a journal writing or a paper writing is very different from a case writing, because in paper writing, when I also write papers, I know that, what am I writing? Where is the research gap? Where will my work contribute to the literature? And which journal am I targeting? So what I need to take care of. So I will not divert, if I want to write a research paper, because I know this clarity that what I want to write in. Here in case study, what happens is that you are also dependent on the company, because the company is going to give you clarity, is going to give you clearance, and is going to, you cannot make a fictitious case. You are going to build a case based on the real facts that you get from the company. So here this guy was coming back and forth, not giving any information in HR, just talking about that, I don't know what to do. There's a decision to be made. So we thought that, okay, let's write a case on this, because it is a very urgent decision that he wants to make. So there are, and Krishna ji, when you're showing this document, so women entrepreneurship is a very broad area. Like when I say human resource management, so it's a very broad area. Now within HR also, if I want to write a case on, if I've written a case on performance management, I would want to take it to a class where I'm teaching performance management, right? If I'm talking about a case on employee turnover, so I'm going to take it for that particular class where employee turnover I have to, teach through a case. Or if I'm talking about HR planning, so I will take a case particularly on HR planning, which helps the students in deciding or planning out that, how deciding on or structuring the planning process. So in women entrepreneurship also, if it is, you have to skim through this information. Maybe you can interview again based on how you structure this case, because the content has to connect. So you just think of it like a movie. So when we go to watch a movie, whether it's Gold or whether it is any other movie, Tare Zameen Pe, so the title itself is giving us some cues that what it could be about, right? So we have some cue about, then the the opening. So the opening of the movie will tell you what is the background, where what is happening, and then the storyline builds up. So there are different actors. It isn't connect, it isn't continuation like you're reading a story, or you're watching a movie. So then there is a conclusion. So in conclusion, you again revert back to the dilemma. Okay, and then through teaching note, you give it to faculty members, because they don't know what you have worked on. So it just acts as a manual for them to see that they're seeing the case through your lens. So my idea is that please make a sharp focus at where will your case revolve around. So is it going to be a financial dilemma, that now from where is she going to raise the fund? So there could be different alternatives, or you're talking about the network. So make any one agenda of your case. So which in women entrepreneurship also, which topic would you want to teach through this particular case? So it could be it could be the challenges faced by women entrepreneurs, it could be the financial barriers, it could be on supply chain, so you have to choose one area. Because when I say marketing, finance, HR, they're all very broad areas, even entrepreneurship for that matters. But in entrepreneurship also, whether it's going to be about the challenges, whether it's going to be about response strategies, whether it's going to be about scaling up of business, so that you have to decide upon, because there's a lot of information. So just develop one concrete agenda where your case will be building upon, because there you will connect the dots and will build in a story.
Let me try and share a video right now, and then we'll summarize.
Yes. So I hope, Krishnaji, it's fine.
Great, ma'am. Actually, it's nice because I and my student, we approached this person almost, once the pandemic started. So now when you're saying that it is 2.5 years for that case publication, I think we can wait some more time and, talk to her again and again. And maybe we can get some more inputs and pitch in properly so that we know. Because I was unable to move further because I thought, there is less content in my case. So where do I go? Because as she is a small business entrepreneur, then there will be nothing in the secondary data also to, call up and do something else. So I think this is a good thing. And the other point which you were saying to collaborate, actually, I have been writing mails to a lot of people regarding
Well, great to be here. Thank you guys so much for having me. It's been an interesting last couple weeks. This news was Friday, and we were on the Today Show, we were on the nightly news, we've been in everywhere. And it's pretty interesting, speaking of tech ventures and scaling tech ventures. We started this company in our living room 7 years ago. And we told investors at the time, I in particular, you have to think big, you have to sell a dream when you're raising capital and you're trying to build something. People would say, well, where do you see yourselves in 10 years? Where's this business going to be? And I would say with a lot of confidence that we are going to put Victoria's Secret out of business. And we are going to, at some point, buy their smoldering assets in bankruptcy. And we also said, I think at the time we had our daughter was 1, she's 6.5 now. We said we have a young daughter, and hopefully by the time she's old enough to be buying a bra, 11, 12, 13, she won't be negatively influenced by Victoria's Secret. And we will do our part to stop that and put a positive force out into the world that does a better job of representing real women and supporting real women and building something that our own daughter can be proud of and can look up to. And so here we are, a lot faster than we expected, and this happens. And we were asked by a number of people, including our own team, where would Victoria's Secret be today without Third Love? And that's really the interesting thing. Many of their problems are not related to us. What we did and what we set out to do was just to be different. And we put our head down and just executed. And we wanted nothing to do with them. We actually never even mentioned their name ever. And we try not to as well, because we're just different. We're building something different, and good for them for building what they have going on. And there's clearly today, we're converging because we're mentioned constantly in relationship to them. So we have to talk about it. But what we set out to build was just fundamentally different. And at the time, investors thought we were crazy. And everybody passed, most people passed on us and said, you'll never do that. No way. Good luck, Heidi and Dave. Go pound sand, get out of here. We're passing. And so it is interesting and pinch us in some ways that this has occurred now, many, many years later. And so we're very proud of that and excited about where we're headed as a company and how open the market is becoming for us. So
David, talk to us about this choice, direct versus TBB.
So I spoke in the last class about this, and there was really this ledge that I had to be walked to. And there's many ledges that you go to with your co-founder, your business partner, that one person is opposed to. These decisions are binary. None of them are obvious. Both sides are good. Keep TBB, go direct. They're all decisions that would have potentially could have worked out fine. Stay in Mexico, stay with Made on Demand, stick with the app, go away from the app to FitFinder, build our own platform, switch to Shopify. All of these decisions were really hard ones, and we're faced with many of them today. Fortunately, we have more capital, we're a larger business, and we can bounce back if we make bad decisions. And when you're young, in some cases, if you make a bad decision, you're done. And this is one of those decisions, especially when we were younger, that my co-founder had to hold my hand because I was really into TBB. I still actually kind of am. And she said, this is going to be okay. This is the right decision for the business. And today, for those of you that don't know and haven't been to our site, we do not offer TBB at all. That is a change from the case, because when we first came here last year to present the case, we were still offering it in a very limited format. It was hard to find on the website, and not that many people use it today. We get thousands of orders today, and at that point, we were doing it out of those thousands of orders, maybe it was 100 TBBs a day. So it was very, very small. We were sort of deprecating it, sunsetting it. But today it's gone. And the business is doing great. But the reason why I liked it and still love it is it's a very, very compelling marketing message for those of you that raised their hand before. And at the time of the case, which is what we're talking about here, it continued to be a very compelling marketing message. People respond when the marketing message says, try this for free, right? And it's all about, when you're advertising in somebody else's feed, it's all about the thumb stop. Take a note on that, because that's really what it's about. You're scrolling through, you don't go to Facebook to look for ads, right? You don't even want to see any ads, right? And so you're scrolling through, looking at cats and your friends' photos, etc. And it's all about that thumb stop, because you, of course, scroll past all of the ads. And it's getting you to actually click on that. And the CACs are really low, because who doesn't like free? More importantly, too, which was important for this business in the early days, is this is an important insight for many of the men, and I think many of the women don't really realize this in the terms of the way you shopped historically for bras. People go into this market looking for a bra with tremendous skepticism. And women have been let down for so long in their life that there's no way this little unknown brand is ever going to deliver something that's better for me than what I currently have. Because I don't really like what I currently have. It does the job. It's fine. It's all right. But this unknown brand advertising on Facebook, no freaking way. So they approach it with immense skepticism. And so we had to find a way to let somebody try it, because what we continue to do in our business, and for those of you that are customers, thank you for raising your hand earlier, you know that our product delivers so far above and away on that experience that you've had before with prior products. And so all we needed you to do is try it. All we need to do is get one on your body, and you'll know that this is amazing, and you'll be a customer of ours for life, right? That was the objective. That was the goal from the beginning. And so that free messaging provided us with extremely low CACs, and still would. I miss those CACs badly. But for those of you on the go direct part, you're right, because the LTV of that customer didn't end up being great. There's a certain type of customer that would respond to it, and that customer isn't you guys. You guys are actually perfect targets in some ways for TBB where you are today. TBB in the TBB that we would like to see, because you are people that will generate income when you leave school. Although today you're students, so you don't have much money. So you would probably respond to that free messaging really nicely. And then you will become long-term customers because you will have stable, good incomes, good jobs afterwards. And so you'll be able to afford a third love bra and have high lifetime value. But most people out in the world are not like you. And so at the beginning, as we were targeting on Facebook, and we would use lookalike audiences when we were small, upload a list of 100,000 email addresses of current customers. We would say to these systems, find me customers that look just like these 100,000 that have already purchased from me. And they would find people like you. And it worked phenomenally well. But as we started to expand and grow our audiences and get in the wider areas of that audience targeting, we couldn't find the customers that would yield true lifetime customers. They would just try us for free, maybe keep it and never come back. And so that was the hard part, is as we grew and as we got bigger, the audience targeting that we could go after wasn't the type of customer that we would want to work with or be a part of long term. So those CACs wouldn't really yield somebody that would stay with us for a long time. And our business is all about delivering something of value to a consumer, where she'll or women stick with something that they like and it fits for a very, very long time.
So David, so how did Heidi prevail in this argument?
So, as she usually does, because she's brilliant, and I'm the luckiest founder and husband in the world because she's amazing and just such a great business partner in every way. She prevailed because she's a lot smarter than me. And she realized that that trade-off might hurt growth in the short term, but will yield a longer, more stable business in the long term. Because if we spend 50, 60, et cetera dollars to acquire a customer, that's okay, right? And yes, I loved the days, and we still are in some months, where we were profitable on first order. Loved that. It was amazing, right? Because we would spend $30, you know, we have a high gross margin, and then it would ultimately yield somebody that was profitable on first order. Incredible. Everybody wants that in a consumer business. But ultimately, what we're building is recurring revenue and a lifetime relationship. And she realized that and looked past the numbers as a consumer. And she was of course right, that was the right decision for us if we wanted to build this business where we developed a relationship directly with a woman for a very, very long time. Because it would attract the kind of consumer and customer that we want to have a relationship with, not just somebody that's going to respond to a Facebook ad and buy something really quickly online.
Very cool. Let's take questions. Yeah, Haley. Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
So we've seen recently a trend of DTC businesses kind of coming back into bricks and mortar, especially since it seems like there's going to be some retail space available. Is that something you guys have considered?
Yeah, so the question was about retail and what we're considering. So we, so when we started the company, DTC wasn't even a term. And so we just wanted to build a brand and build something really different. And we were, as mentioned earlier, we were from outside the industry, which hurt us and made it so difficult to build this business at the beginning because of the complexity of building a bra. However, it ended up, because we were thinking different, we were from outside the industry, we wanted to do things very differently. And so while we had tons of pain early on and had many examples of when we almost failed, those experiences and what we built ultimately yielded a stronger business. But for retail, we did want to find a new way to reach customers. And we've always talked about it, but we wanted to build a 9-figure, $100 million plus business online. Because this is one of those categories, as women know, that you don't like shopping for. It's not fun. It's not an experience you do with your friends. You don't go, you don't go walk around the mall and go bra shopping together. So it was an experience that should be online. We were actually surprised when we started this business that it was mostly offline, and the online penetration was so low of the category. But what we said was, if we can build a unique retail experience in a really smart way after we were past 100 million in revenue, we might have a shot at building a unique retail experience in ways where we don't have to have 1,100 stores like our competitor. And so that was really the thought process. And so today we actually do have a concept store in Soho. It's doing really, really well. We're very proud of what we've done there. There's a lot that we're going to change in the future. We're building more stores this year, not in a huge way, but in a really smart way, certain markets, small footprints, relatively short-term leases, to find a way to actually have retail be accretive to the overall process. We don't want it to be a majority of our revenue. We don't want it to be significant. We want it to be accretive.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the decision making for your overall advertising budget? Because it sounds like a large percentage of your venture funding went to Facebook ads, and my own hypothesis would be that all of that advertising is just going to maybe convince people to go to Neiman's or Saks to purchase a bra that actually does fit for them. But how do you decide when is enough enough? When should we let off the gas and actually just focus on our base of current customers rather than grow?
So Courtney's question was about how we spend our marketing dollars, and it's a very, very important function of our business today. It's how we grow our new customer base, it's how we reach new customers, and in some cases too, although we don't have to spend much money to reacquire somebody, in some cases it's useful for reminding people that they need to repurchase from us again. That's a lot less costly though. And so our focus has really been about how we reach people where we can best tell our story. And we have a unique example because it really is about a story. It's about explaining to them what they currently have might not work. Did you know that 70–80% of women are wearing the wrong size? Do you have these issues? Do you need your partner to scratch your back the second you take your bra off? These different kind of cute ads that we create, all video content, that have allowed us to tell our story. And the best way for us to do that is through social media advertising and other types of display advertising where we can tell the story better. And one of the things that we've gotten really good at is throwing lots of concepts at the wall every month and just continuing to spend on things that work, stopping to spend quickly on things that aren't working. Just constantly testing. And one of the things that I'll tell you, and it's been an important insight for us, is today the ability to target and to bidding strategy is commoditized. Power Editor is really great. Facebook makes it super easy. Google does. They want small businesses. They want MBA students to be able to test things really easily and have a fair shot against larger companies like us that have a team that do this, right? It's less about that and so much more about the content that you create. And we have the ability today, unlike the early days, TBB versus direct, to tell that story because we have the budgets to spend more money on content. In the early days, we didn't, right? So the free messaging worked really, really well. Today, we have a better ability to actually develop content and build things that speak to our consumers in a much stronger way.
Great, Tess.
So when you talked about social media being your main channel, what emotion are you trying to evoke when you talk about stops? Is it about educating the consumer, or is it about creating some sense of fear or controversy against other types of brands? Or what's the appeal, and how has that changed over time when you were a newer brand versus now when you do have some higher awareness in the market?
So the question was really about how we spend our dollars online and what type of advertising we create. We never talk about other brands. Again, as I said earlier, it's really just about what we're doing and putting our head down and just focusing and conveying something that's different to women. And so a lot of our messaging really is about education and explaining to consumers that what they might be wearing right now is uncomfortable. And did you know that there's a better option? And again, most people are fairly unhappy with what they have. It does the job. I don't have to think about it too much. It's fine. It's easy. I repurchase it. It's simple. But it could be better. And so, one of the best examples is we have a lot of consumers that are quite old in their 80s, and we've gotten emails from them where they say, I've been wearing the wrong bra size all my life, and it's so uncomfortable for me. And one woman sent us a note saying, I can finally die in a comfortable bra. I mean, we had a real impact on her life. That's cool. And that's the average woman. And those women have been around a lot longer, so they've had a tremendous amount of negative experiences with a bad bra. They never knew that there was something better out there until Third Love came along. And that's real progress. And that's what we're really proud of.
Hey, David.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being
My apologies to Krishna and Geeta. I think you were still speaking when the video went on. Actually, I had gotten logged out for a while for 2 minutes, and by the time I got back in, it was not clear. I thought Geeta had stopped speaking, and then Geeta had stopped responding to Krishna's presentation. So there was a little confusion there.
No problem, no problem.
Yeah,
That's fine. Yeah.
Minor tech glitch, that's happening to us.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's
Yeah,
fine.
sorry. So Krishna, I think you were speaking something. and I interrupted.
That's okay, ma'am. It's okay. So I was just asking ma'am that she was talking about collaboration. Actually, for the past few years, I have been trying to collaborate with a lot of people, but it is not that easy as it is, like spoken here. But the other part is that the moment I saw this case conference workshop and this one, I was desperate to get into this because I have heard that in MIT is a very big hub for writing cases and they do write well. So I thought, okay, maybe I can take some guidance from here. That is what, and from the morning, it is good that, people have brought out different aspects, and those are all very, very true and real and live examples, whether it be teaching note or how the draft and all. And the kind of time also it is taking, that is one important learning really that I had today. That is what I just wanted to share.
No, okay, thank you.
Geeta, would you like to continue?
No, ma'am, I think that's fine. If there is any other participant who's got any query or anything, so we can have it. And
we were planning to have a brief open house. So any questions, most welcome.
yes. So if there is any further question from any participant, any query, any input that you would want to have from me or Vandana ma'am, please go ahead. So ma'am, I don't see any further questions as of now.
Okay, in that case, I think I will take this forward and propose the vote of thanks.
Yeah, ma'am. So I would request Professor Vandana Ahuja ma'am, Professor Amity Business School, to please propose a formal vote of thanks. Yeah, over to you, ma'am. Yes.
I am very grateful to our institution, our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Balvinder Shukla, and our Director, Amity Business School, and Dean, Faculty of Management Studies, Dr. Sanjeev Bansal, for giving us the opportunity for hosting this workshop today. This is a pre-conference workshop for Amity's very large conference, ICIEL, on entrepreneurship. That is an annual event, and this is one of the first few in the series, and we've had a great day. We started with a lovely discussion from Dr. Smita Girija from Geetham University. Her interesting presentation talked about the importance of case study writing and the need to publish cases, especially Ivy League cases. This was followed by a very participative and engaging discussion by Dr. Rajat Gera. And he was also able to highlight how writing case studies was very beneficial to students, how it helped them develop their critical thinking abilities, their analytical abilities. And both of them had talked hugely about how we could go about writing case studies for the entrepreneurial ecosystems. Both of them were able to highlight how it was very important not to bother about having only very large organizations, but to also collaborate with smaller organizations and smaller entrepreneurial ecosystems. Because at the end of the day, entrepreneurs face a lot of problems and challenges, and it will be very interesting to trace out those challenges and develop a narrative, write a case study, get it published, and that way practitioners can also benefit from the published work. Now, subsequently, Dr. Jones from Great Lakes threw a lot of light on writing, teaching notes, and the standing, part, the most important part which stood out of his presentation was the need to develop a focused approach, the need to develop expertise in a specific field and then move forward. So all of them were beautifully able to articulate how management teaching was becoming about simulated experiences and discussions on real life case studies, real life situations, engaging day and really a series of knowledgeable sessions. And my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Geeta and Dr. Nidhi. They have worked, round the clock for quite a few days to actually conceptualize this event. And finally, we were able to create the event and get participation, and it has been a very engaging discussion. And having said that, a lot of gratitude for the IT team members here, because without them in this era of IT glitches, we would really have had it. So thank you, everybody. Thank you all the participants for giving us a lot of lively discussion, a lot of active participation. Having said that, it could have been more, but then definitely this is a good starting point. So thank you so much, everybody, and we will interact a lot more in the future. Rita, anything?
Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am. So I also extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Vandana Ahuja, ma'am. She's been with us throughout this entire workshop and has been facilitating and coordinating along with me. So thank you, Vandana, ma'am. I would also like to thank Sagina Huda, ma'am, from Vice Chancellor ma'am's office. She's been coordinating with us since day one for this very insightful workshop. So I convey my heartfelt thanks to once again to the Honorable Founder President Sir, Honorable Chancellor Sir, our Honorable Vice Chancellor ma'am, her entire office who's been coordinating with us. Sanjeev Bansal Sir, the Program Director of this workshop, Vandana ma'am, another coordinator who's hosting another workshop, Dr. Nidhi. And of course, to all the resource persons and to all the participants, no workshop can be successful without the participants. So we are really thankful to all the participants who who registered for this workshop, and I'm sure that you would have gained and you would have got valuable insights to develop further on your case studies. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. We will wind up the discussion for the day. Thank you.
Sure, ma'am. Sure. So,
thank you.
Ma'am, can I close the session now?
Yes, no, you can. Thank you, Vandana ma'am, once again.
Thank you.
Okay.